These Days of Dying. By Heart of Spells. Chapter 1, Orchestra. He wakes with a jolt, a loud clang of metal lifting him from his prone position. There's a screech somewhere in the distance, shouting following it, horns raging, an orchestra of sound streaming through his cracked windows. Sirius peers around blearily, trying to orient himself to his surroundings. He's on the floor near the wall, half curved around the edge of the sofa. He blinks, staring down at himself, finding his body fully dressed, jacket still draping from his shoulders, Sirius having not even removed it upon returning home. He doesn't remember coming back at all, tries to even recall where he'd been. Glancing around the flat, nothing else looks off, no one else seeming to be present with him, and none of his possessions obviously missing. His head aches dully just behind his eyes and around the back, so Sirius settles on a legless night, too much fun, and shakes it all away. Gingerly pushing himself up from the floor, muscles protesting, Sirius wobbles a bit as he rights himself, reaching to grip at the arm of the sofa until he's steady. He shakes his head again, vision blurring, and he curses himself for going too hard. Sirius eventually gets his legs moving beneath him, shuffling to the kitchen. He sticks his head under the tap, guzzling down the pouring water, his throat impossibly dry, but it doesn't help. Leaning back against the counter, groaning faintly, Sirius stares out the window opposite him, watching the rain-heavy clouds rolls through the gloomy sky. And then he loses track of time passing. He wakes again in the same position. He's finding he's doing that a lot lately, never remembering falling asleep in the first place, or why it always seems to be in this place on his floor, his only explanation the warmth of the fire, though there isn't one burning. The days trickle by, Sirius losing time but never looking at it too closely. It seems as though every time he tries, he's waking again. He putters through his flat, drinks water, flips through books, but each day he rouses once more in that same spot, confused as to how he'd got there in the first place. The locks click one day as Sirius is pulling himself up from the floor, his head snapping around as the door swings open. A man enters, gazing around, his brown eyes a little sunken, skin weathered and lined, a smattering of gray showing around his temples, mixing with his honeyed brown hair. He looks world-weary, a bit beaten down, cooked a little too long at a high setting. "Who are you?" barks Sirius at the sudden intruder. The man turns to look at him sharply, the lines etching deeper as he frowns. It takes the other a while to speak, but when he does, his voice is quiet, curious, eyes drifting over Sirius studiously. "I could ask you the same," he says, a tinge of uncertainty in his tone. "They didn't tell me they were calling for any repairs or work." Sirius ignores the words, taking 2 large steps across the sitting room, blocking the man's access to the rest of his home. "How did you get in here?" he demands. Brown eyes stare him down as he lifts a key in silent answer. Sirius huffs agitatedly. "Who gave you that?" "The owners," comes the simple response. "Not bloody likely. I own this place." "Where'd you get it?" The man's frown deepens. "The owners," he states again, enunciating the last word. "They needed someone to look after it. Said they couldn't." "Are you related to them, the Potters?" Sirius pulls back a bit, head beginning to throb more insistently. "The Potters don't own this flat, I do," he insists, squinting a little against the increasing ache. "Not what they told me. Showed me the papers and everything," says the man, face hardening slightly. "They rented it to me 3 days ago. I live here now." "You can't live here," snaps Sirius. "I don't know what you're trying to pull, but it won't work. This is my flat." The other man scoffs, stepping away from the door, holding it open. "You're mad," he mutters. "This place has been empty for more than 2 months. There's a layer of dust over everything as deep as the Thames. No one has lived here for a while. Now if you don't mind." He motions out the door, but Sirius is no longer paying attention, his eyes sweeping the surfaces of the room, wondering how he'd not noticed sooner. It's like nothing has been touched, the man's correct, dust covering everything in sight. Sirius stumbles backwards a bit, suddenly disoriented again. His head spins, his body teetering before it begins to fall, the man reaching out for him but too late. He wakes again on the floor by the sofa, wide brown eyes staring at him from the opposite side of the room, mouth gaping wide. Chapter 2, Full Moon. "How did you do that?" demands the man, brown eyes still wide, knuckles of his hand white as it grips the door handle tightly. "You were falling, I could almost grab you, and then you're on the other side of the room. There wasn't even a crack." Sirius slowly sits up, rubbing at his aching head a bit, eyes squinting against the pain, but he stops when the words register. "A crack," he mutters in bemusement, peering up at him. "You're a wizard." The man arches his eyebrows and nods, remaining silent. "I didn't apparate." "I don't, I'm just here. I've been waking up here a lot. It's like I fade out, go to sleep. That's what just happened." The man takes a cautious step forward, finally releasing the door and allowing it to swing closed. "What's your name?" "Sirius," comes his response, biting back on his last name. He can see the other man's tongue moving inside his mouth thoughtfully as he glances around the flat before his eyes settle back on Sirius. "Yeah, they mentioned you," is all he says in return. "Didn't say much, though. Just that you weren't around to care for the place." Sirius shakes his head, frowning. "I never left," he mumbles to himself. The man shifts closer again, walking as though the floor may give way beneath his feet at any moment. "When's the last time you did leave?" he asks as Sirius slowly struggles his way up from the floor. "Yesterday," he says immediately, but he falters, suddenly feeling doubt creep its way in. 3 days ago? I don't know. A week?" He shakes his head again, trying to clear it, trying to count how many times he's drank from the tap, the only concrete thing he can remember doing for an immeasurable amount of time now. Sirius stares into the kitchen at it, mind drifting, beginning to fade out. It was the full moon, he whispers to himself, remembering staring up at it as he'd walked down the pavement on his way home, barely a flash of memory before it's gone. "That has little bearing," mutters the man thoughtfully. "There's one every month, but the most recent was 4 days ago." Sirius rubs at the back of his head idly, right where the ache is most insistent. "September," he says uncertainly. The man gapes. "What?" "That was September 18th, breathes out the stranger, staring at him with wide eyes once more. "How could you possibly know that?" snaps Sirius, feeling frustration swell inside him, nothing making sense, the look on the man's face causing his heart to pound frantically in his chest. The other doesn't answer, saying instead, "That was nearly 3 months ago." "3 months," cries Sirius, and he stumbles backwards a bit. "No. You're having me on. You're a nutter. James set this up, didn't he?" Pull the wool over Sirius's eyes, go on. "It'll be fun." "I'm not having it. Get out of my flat." The man stares back at him. "No," he denies. "I'm not sure what's happening here, what you think this is, what sort of raging bender you've been on. I'm not even sure if you're sane. But this is my flat now. I have the paperwork to prove it. So you can leave." Sirius glares, patting himself down, searching out his wand, but he can't find it. He spins, eyes seeking, unable to locate it, mind reeling, until he settles back on the other man. "You know what? Piss off," he nearly snarls. Sirius turns, grabbing up a handful of flu powder, tossing it into the empty grate, intending to call for James and Lily, but nothing happens. Sirius stares. "No flu connection," comes the sly remark, and Sirius twists around furiously. "Who are you?" he bites out, anger flaring viciously. "Remus Lupin. And you're in my flat." Chapter 3, Evergreen. Remus won't leave. Sirius tries for the remainder of the day to convince the other man that he's wrong, his head pounding harder the longer it goes on until it feels as though it's nearly ready to crack open. He packs his things into the flat, and Sirius considers following him each time he goes for another load, but he doesn't, scared the stranger will lock him out to make his point. Sirius unable to find his own keys now, missing just like his wand. He eyes Sirius warily every time they pass by one another, Sirius glaring at him in turn. He pokes through the man's things when Remus isn't around, and then deciding he doesn't care, continuing with his actions in clear view until the boxes are snatched from under him, though he doesn't find much of merit. It's all well-worn clothing and a few trinkets that don't look as though they're worth anything at all except to the man himself. His fingers slip over an evergreen jumper, soft, nearly threadbare, before that's pulled away sharply as well. I've entertained this long enough, snaps Sirius a few hours later, trailing Remus around the flat as he unpacks his possessions. This is my home. I'm not leaving, which means it's up to you to do so. The other man doesn't respond, ignoring him as he plucks a few pairs of trousers from a suitcase and deposits them in an open drawer. Sirius growls under his breath and nicks the last pair from Remus's hands. Stop it. You have to go. Remus turns hard eyes on Sirius, his nostrils flaring a little. Prove it. What? Says Sirius in confusion, holding the clothing out of reach as Remus makes a grab for it again. That it's your flat, reiterates Remus. Prove it. Sirius gapes at him, mouth working silently, but before he can create a proper response, Remus is speaking again. There's nothing here that hints this is where you live. Yes, the place is furnished, but that's all. There aren't any personal objects that I've seen. So prove you permanently reside here and that you have any claim to it at all. Sirius blinks rapidly. You really are mad, he snipes in amazement. And blind. I've things everywhere. Where? The question comes at him like a whiplash, quick and biting, causing Sirius to falter for a moment before he recovers. What do you mean where? Just look. But he stops abruptly when his own eyes settle on the open drawer Remus had been stowing his things within, finally registering that it had been empty when it hadn't been the last time Sirius had dressed. His head jerks around, gaze picking up on the subtle differences that are so small and familiar he'd not noticed they'd been missing before now. The things littering his bedside table are gone, the loose bits of both Muggle and Wizarding monies, the pocket watch from James's parents he'd always left there to see whenever he woke. His photos are gone from the wall, no longer seeing his friends waving at him or Harry's half-toothless mouth grinning widely from his seat on Sirius's countertop. Sirius turns sharply on his heel, stalking from the room, barely hearing Remus's protest from behind him. He ventures down the hall and pokes his head into the bathroom. His personal care items are no longer present, his toothbrush gone from the holder mounted to the wall, the hook typically housing his towel now vacant. He storms to his kitchen finding the refrigerator and all his cupboards barren, cleaned out. The drawers are empty, no cutlery in the one nearest the sink, his favorite mug no longer anywhere in sight, the one Lily had given to him right before Harry had been born, claiming him as the world's best godfather. He finds his sitting room the same, all the little things that had made up sections of his life now gone, nothing remaining to claim the space as his own. I don't understand, he whispers, staring around in horrifying confusion. He shakes his head a little. I don't understand. You don't live here, comes the voice from behind him, and Sirius spins quickly on his heel. I do, he shouts. Where are all my things? They're all gone. I didn't take them. Who did? Remus sighs. I don't know, and I don't care, he says firmly. But this is my home now. You have to leave. Sirius straightens to his full height. No. Now I've had enough, says Remus in a low rumble, his brows pinching in anger. He steps forward and grabs Sirius's upper arm in a surprisingly strong grip for how lanky he appears, beginning to haul him towards the door, Sirius struggling against him. Out. Get out. Go sort this out with your friends. Let go of me, snarls Sirius, trying to yank out of his grasp but failing miserably. Remus jerks the door open and shoves Sirius through it. Oi, he cries fiercely, spinning around just as it closes in his face. There's half a second of silence before he feels an uncomfortable pull at his midsection, and then Sirius is waking up on the floor again, his head heavy as though he's been sleeping for weeks. He peers up at a startled Remus staring at him in astonishment from his position beside the door. What the fuck, utters Remus, mouth hanging open. Chapter 4, Cards. How did you do that? Demands Remus, sounding angry, though Sirius can't hear most of it through the pounding of his head. He squints at the other man as he pushes himself up to a sitting position. You were on the other side of the door. I closed it in your face. How are you back there? I don't know, do I? Cries Sirius, clutching at his head. Can you please stop shouting? That's not helping. Helping, says Remus forcefully, a small amount of exasperation and hysteria behind the word. I'm not trying to help. I'm trying to get you out, but you've done something. Some sort of spell that keeps you locked here or something. Sirius glowers at him as he levers himself up to his feet, the expression more than a little weak as he wobbles on unstable legs. He squeezes his eyes closed as his surroundings spin around him, stomach lurching sickeningly. Sirius scrubs over his face with rough hands before resting his gaze on the other man again. I don't even have my wand, he argues. How could I have possibly done anything? I still think it's September for fuck's sake. What could you possibly think my reasoning is behind any of this? I don't know, and once again, I do not care, spits Remus, his every word biting and enunciated. I just want you gone, and eventually you'll stay that way. Remus strides across the floor then, and before Sirius can recover enough from his disorientation, he's once more being hauled to the door by a firm hand. He tugs against the grip uselessly, stomach still turning violently like it's being attacked by churning seawater. Remus pushes him out into the hall beyond the flat, but as soon as the door latch is closed, he's finding himself sprawled haphazardly around the base of the sofa again. You must be joking, grumbles Remus as Sirius groans. He winces as his head throbs traitorously, but he's got no time to right himself before the other man is pulling him to his feet and tossing him through the door. He does it again and again until Remus is panting from exertion and Sirius feels as though small pieces of himself are being forcibly ripped away. His head is threatening to fall away from his neck from the pressure building inside it, his eyes ready to burst with every terrible throb, his very skull aching. Sirius's entire body feels like one raw nerve exposed to devastating heat, and he thinks he might be ill over his rug at any second except there's nothing in his stomach to come up. He groans again, a pitiful sound that he doesn't have the strength to hate himself for releasing. Please stop, he begs. Please. I can't anymore. I can't leave. I haven't done anything, but I cannot leave. You have to stop. Remus stares at him, chest heaving, gauging him warily, eyes observant like Sirius is a tower of cards that he can topple with the slightest of movements if he can only find the correct one. Sirius thinks that's maybe an accurate comparison. He stays where he is on the floor this time, not moving, gazing blearily into the empty grate of the fireplace, gasping for breath. This cannot be happening, mumbles the other man, sounding as though he's speaking mostly to himself. What are you? I'm a bloody person, shouts Sirius with as much vehemence and strength as he can manage, his voice harsh and ragged as it tears from his throat. I'm a human being that you're treating like a dog you can kick when it's down. What are you that you're able to do that and feel no remorse? Remus's eyes shift over him, something flickering within them briefly before it's gone. His shoulders sag a little as he pinches the bridge of his nose, releasing a large, heavy sigh. I'm going to bed, he announces, sounding exhausted. I don't have the energy for more of this. I'll figure it out in the morning. You can just stay there on the floor. Seems to be a favorite spot of yours. And with that, he turns on his heel and disappears from sight to the bedroom, Sirius scowling after his retreating form. He lays there for a while before he attempts to move, ignoring the bile that floods his throat, swallowing against it, but it's no use. Whatever had jerked him back within the flat to this place each time he'd been thrown out has left him too weak to do much of anything, so Sirius remains where he is, feeling helpless and angry. He needs to talk to James and Lily, needs his friends to help him make sense of what's become of his life so suddenly, but he can't. Without the ability to leave, with no wand that he can find, no flu connection, and having never purchased his own owl, Sirius is stuck with no one except a strange man who doesn't know what to make of him any more than Sirius knows what to make of himself. Chapter 5, Rock Rose. The next morning arrives slowly, Sirius never sleeping. He's not sure that he does sleep anymore, every time he wakes finding himself in the same spot as though he's had no choice in the matter, his body aching, head throbbing, everything disorienting like he's been pulled through thick gelatin and deposited somewhere he doesn't belong. He's only just managed to find the strength to move again when there's a loud knock on the door, and Sirius hears a small crash from the bedroom. Remus emerges as another knock sounds a minute later. He's sleep-rumbled, his waves of brown hair chaotic over his head, reminiscent of James's. He's wearing a pair of too loose bottoms, his wrinkled shirt having ridden up enough with his movements to reveal a small section of pale, scarred flesh over his side just along his waistband. He makes a hasty line for the front door, but he freezes, eyes settling on Sirius as he slowly works his way to his feet again. "Fuck," curses Remus under his breath, looking as though he's forgotten, or maybe that he thought Sirius's presence had been nothing more than a dream. He seems disappointed. "You can't be here, but here you are." He frowns deeply, the expression only intensifying as a more insistent knock sounds and the muffled voice of a woman calls out. "Remus, are you in there?" Remus groans a little as he fixes Sirius with a sharp glare. "Stay there," he warns. "Stay out of the way. Do not speak." He doesn't wait on a response, which is for the best as Sirius is too baffled to form a proper one before the man is tugging the door open. A woman with bright pink hair stands on the other side, tiny in stature, Remus more than a head taller than her heart-shaped face staring up at him curiously. "Sorry," he apologizes quickly. "You're early. Or I'm late. I'm not sure which." He shakes his head as the woman's eyebrows pinch together. "Late night," he finally says, sighing a little at the end. The woman provides him with an odd look before she shrugs. "Watcher, Remus," is all she says. Remus smiles softly at her. "Good morning, Dora." The woman, Dora, reaches up and cups one side of Remus's face with a small hand, her expression shifting with concern. "You look tired," she observes. "Are you feeling all right after?" "Yes," interjects Remus quickly, cutting across her words. "I'm fine, I promise. It was just a late night. Loads of unpacking." Dora hums quietly, glancing around for a moment. "Nice place." "Good on you," she praises, and Sirius watches as Remus shifts from foot to foot awkwardly, Dora plucking at the beading forming a rock rose over her jacket as she watches him. "Right, well, I've got to go. We are a bit early, but they need me there sooner today. I only found out this morning or I would have told you." "It's fine, really," says Remus, waving his hand at her even as she turns back to the hall beyond the door. "Teddy, come on. Leave the cat alone. I think you've poked at it enough." "He's not interested, mate," she calls out, and then a boy with bright blue hair is appearing in the doorway, barreling forward and into Remus before he stops, Remus grunting a little from the impact even as he laughs, the action lighting up his face. "Child," says Sirius before he can stop himself, feeling a jolt of shock race through him. The woman and boy ignore him as though he hasn't spoken, but Remus shoots him another hateful glare. "Be good for Dad, Ted," says Dora, running her hand over the boy's bright head. I'll see you in a few days. Sirius shakes his head. Dad, he hisses questioningly, mostly to himself. He remains ignored this time, but he can see Remus's shoulders stiffening. The pair bids the woman goodbye, and then Remus is closing the door. He scrubs over his face for a moment, glancing at Sirius warily in the process before his eyes drop to his son. What do you think of the place? He asks curiously. "'S mumbles Teddy. "'Big. Do I have my own room this time?" Something in the excitement of the inquiry hit Sirius in the chest even as Remus's eyes flash oddly, a forced sort of smile tugging into place on his mouth. "You do, yeah. Have you had breakfast?" At Teddy's nod of affirmation, Remus's smile pulls into something truer. "Then why don't you go inspect it while I get dressed, then I'll take you to school." "Sound good?" "Great," chirps Teddy, but then his eyes are landing on the fireplace, gaze sliding over Sirius. "Neat," he cries, rushing forward, Remus following quickly at his heels as he approaches Sirius. "You've got a fireplace this time." Sirius takes a surprised step back as the boy stops in front of him, but he smiles, thoughts locked on Harry. He's always been good with kids. "Hiya, lad," he greets, hand reaching out as Teddy inspects the brickwork around the empty grate. "Don't do that," shouts Remus, his own arm darting out and connecting with Sirius's just as his hand comes down over Teddy's shoulder. The force of the collision sends Sirius's fingers crashing into Teddy, but they never hit, slipping through him instead, Remus gripping around his wrist as he pulls back. Teddy lurches backwards in shock, but neither man notices, staring at where the boy and Sirius's hand had been in muted horror. "I wasn't doing anything," cries Teddy defensively, glaring balefully up at his father. "I was only looking. I never even touched it." "What are you staring at, Dad?" "What the fuck was that?" demands Sirius, pulling his wrist from Remus's firm grip. The other man only shakes his head, and Teddy frowns. Sirius looks down at him. "Can he see me?" he asks Remus, eyes fixing on the boy. "Can you see me?" Teddy continues gazing at his father as though Sirius doesn't exist, and he stumbles back a few steps. Remus's mouth works, eyes wide and awestruck. "Sorry, Ted," he finally manages. "I didn't mean to shout. I thought I saw something." "It's fine. I'm sorry. Go look at your room, all right? We'll leave soon." Teddy slowly wanders off, but Sirius doesn't even wait until he's gone before he's muttering. "He can't see me. He can't see me. I bet she couldn't see me either. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?" "You can't even touch him," breathes out Remus after a long while, staring after his son. "But I can touch you. You're solid. To me, you're solid, but not for him." "What the hell does any of that mean?" snaps Sirius, feeling desperate confusion clawing up his throat. Remus shakes his head. "I don't know," he mumbles. "But I have to take him to school. I'll be back. Just stay here," snarls Sirius before he snorts derisively. "Doesn't seem as though I've much choice, does it?" Remus doesn't respond, turning and disappearing down the hall, leaving Sirius alone in his bafflement, head spinning and throbbing again, eyes squinting against the pane. Chapter 6, Flame. Remus doesn't speak to him again before leaving to take his son to school, and Sirius is left alone for a long time, what feels like years. He paces the small, open area of the flat, steps frantic and anxious. He reaches out and touches random objects, the walls, the brickwork of the fireplace. It's all solid. So is he. He can't figure it out, feels as though he's going mad with each second ticking away on the clock overhead. Sirius wonders if maybe he already is, that black family insanity finally coming to claim him as he'd always suspected it would. There's a flame flickering and dying out inside his head, until Sirius begins to doubt its former existence at all. When Remus returns, his eyes slide over Sirius as he closes the door behind him with a soft snick of sound. He doesn't say anything for a while, simply standing in place, rolling the edges of his jacket between his fingers. I tried to talk to the Potters, he explains after what feels like days of silence, and Sirius's head perks up. It's why I was gone so long. They weren't home. Neighbor caught me knocking and said they'd left. Be back in roughly a week's time. Remus slowly begins tugging his jacket off his arms as Sirius visibly deflates at the news. Thought about sending them an owl, but I wouldn't know where to. He falters in his words, staring at Sirius again, seeming a bit lost. I'll send them one asking to speak with them when they return. Tell them I have some questions about the place. They'll likely kick me out if I tell them any of this through post. Sirius nods, not sure what else to do, his gaze dropping to the floor, still trying to piece things together, everything feeling hopeless. There's a void in his mind, a separation between what was and what is now. He's not sure how to bridge it. Do you eat? Remus's voice draws his attention back, and Sirius opens his mouth to answer before he stumbles to a halt, remembering the water drank so greedily from the tap that had done nothing to satisfy his thirst. He can't respond, simply shrugging half-heartedly instead as he shakes his head a little. Right, says Remus brusquely, standing a bit straighter. It's time to experiment with some things. Chapter 7, You're Welcome. Sirius can't eat. Remus is surprisingly kind, not settling for something simple he could easily grab from a cupboard. He'd come prepared with a bag loaded with things, filling the empty spaces of the kitchen a little and then starting in on some eggs and sausages. Sirius can smell it, the scents wafting through his nose delightfully, like he hasn't been around food in months. He realizes now he likely hasn't, but his stomach never growls, and he's not sure what that means. When Remus sets a plate in front of him, also loaded with wedges of toast and small slices of fruit, Sirius glances over it warily. It seems like a large waste if this all fails as he suspects it will but hopes it won't. His hand shakes a little, but Sirius tries to hide it away as he lifts his fork and stabs at an egg, his gaze raising to settle on the other man watching him curiously before Sirius shoves the bite into his mouth. It lingers for a few seconds, resting heavily, but Sirius can't taste it. It's like a lump of clay filling the hollow portions of his mouth, and then it virtually disintegrates, ashes coating his tongue with bitterness, a heavy scent of sulfur the only thing left behind. He makes a face, twists his nose up, and he sees Remus falter a little in front of him where he leans over the table. All right, he says, tone matter of fact, and he slides a tall glass across the wooden surface to Sirius, who catches it just before it topples over the edge. Try that. Juice. Sirius lifts it slowly, taking a cursory sniff before he presses the cup to his lips and sips at the contents. Once again, he can smell it, the heavy citrus of the juice burning through his nose, but there's no flavor, the liquid evaporating as it hits his throat. He groans softly as he sets the glass back on the table and pushes it away. I've always loved food, he mumbles, mostly to himself. Never could get enough. James used to laugh at me when we were in school. His mum loved it when we were home for holidays, always shoving things off on me, so happy to do it even when I felt guilty. Nearly ate Lily out of everything more than once. She never had leftovers when I came round for meals. Remus observes him silently as he drops down into the chair opposite Sirius. There's a thoughtful expression covering his face as his fingers tap out a rhythm over the tabletop. Let's break this down, he suggests, beginning to tick off his list on his now still fingers. You can't leave, or so it appears. As soon as the door closes, you're back inside. You keep waking in the same odd place time after time. Somewhere you slept often, was it? Sirius scowls a little and shakes his head. Thought not. You can't eat or drink anything. You can touch objects, move them around, and while you can touch me, my son seems to be immune to it. It would also appear that you can't be seen by anyone but me. Remus inhales a breath and huffs it back out as Sirius waits for what he'll say next, the man clearly building to something. He fidgets and squirms in his chair, having never been good at remaining still for long. I'll not pretend to understand what that aspect of all this means, and why it's me that can interact with you. Some mysteries are meant to stay just that, mysteries, continues Remus, tone almost light, but Sirius can hear the heaviness at its edges when brown eyes fix back on him firmly. All other clues are pointing to one thing here, Sirius. He pauses, whether for effect or to judge Sirius's mentality, he's not sure. The facts lead to the conclusion that you're a ghost. Sirius's mouth drops open. He's not sure what he'd been expecting, but it hadn't been that. I am not a ghost, he protests. I've seen ghosts. They were all over Hogwarts. They float and drift through the air. They can't touch anything. They fly through walls for fuck's sake. I can't do that. Are you sure? Sirius ignores the slyness in the question and continues as though the other man hadn't spoken. We had a professor that was a ghost. He didn't even know he was dead, and he still floated around and disappeared through solid things, argues Sirius petulantly. And none of that means anything, because to be a ghost, I would have to be dead. I'm not dead. Remus stares across the table at him, all former rising amusement and jesting now gone, his face smooth and somber. I am not dead, denies Sirius again, more adamantly this time. I think I'd know if I was. You just said your professor, tries Remus. I'm not bloody bins, cries Sirius, lurching to his feet, glaring down at Remus, rage leaching from him in waves. I'd know if I'd died. I'm not some boring, no-life professor teaching history no one cares about anymore. I have a life. I have people who love me that I love in return. I have things that matter. I am not dead. He punctuates each of his last words with a smack of his hand to the wall, proving that it's solid and he is as well. Remus continues to stare at him, not seeming all that fazed by Sirius's outburst. He eventually nods, still looking solemn and not entirely convinced. Sirius growls under his breath and Remus holds up his hands. All right, fine. You're not dead, he offers out, sounding mildly reluctant. We'll just have to figure it out or hope that your friends have better answers when they come home. Right, mutters Sirius, most of his anger fizzling away quickly, like a spark losing charge. His fingers flick at the underside of the nearly untouched plate, causing it to bounce and rattle a little before it settles flat again. Thanks for trying. Remus gazes up at him, his response slow to emerge. You're welcome, is all he says, eyes dark and more curious than anything else. Chapter 8, Birthright. Teddy stays with Remus for 3 days, and Sirius decides to stay out of the way after the first when the boy had caught his father talking to nothing several different times. After the 4th time, Remus had stopped speaking to Sirius altogether, at least while his son was awake and home. It's in the quiet hours of the late evening when they hold any measure of conversation, when Sirius is allowed to feel human again, if only briefly, though Remus is hesitant and standoffish whenever Teddy first goes to bed. Their words exchanged between them are stilted, clipped tones and phrases, bearings on the strangeness of the situation and being stuck in another's orbit where everything is an unknown. Yet, as the minutes and hours tick away, Sirius watches as Remus visibly begins to relax before his eyes. His legs stretch out from his chair, heels digging into the rug and leaving indentations that disappear not long after they're removed. His face smooths out, the lines retreating, leaving him looking younger, less worn and broken. How old are you? Sirius finally blurts on their 4th night together, interrupting something Remus had been saying about a medical text. The other man blinks at him, seeming surprised, his eyes narrowing after a moment, gazing at Sirius as though he's trying to work out a particular angle that doesn't exist. 28, he finally responds slowly. Huh, breathes Sirius thoughtfully, brow furrowing over his eyes. So am I. Bully for you, responds Remus caustically, turning his attention to the fire he'd lit earlier while Teddy had still been awake. Sirius ignores him, rolling this information around in his head before something registers with him and he falters a little. S'pose I'm 29 now. He mumbles. Remus's demeanor shifts quickly at Sirius's comment, his brows lifting. You missed your birthday, he states. November, offers out Sirius distantly, feeling a bit dazed. Remus stares at him, a hint of sadness in his brown eyes, but Sirius shakes it away, pulling back to himself. You should have been at Hogwarts with me, but I don't remember you. Didn't go to Hogwarts. The words are short, the man no longer looking at him, his shoulders stiffening a little. Durmstrang? Questions Sirius curiously. Beauxbatons? Seems odd, but stranger things have happened. Remus snorts derisively. Says the ghost having a conversation with me, he mutters. I am not a ghost, snaps Sirius petulantly. We've already had this conversation. I'm not dead. Remus raises his hands defensively, staying Sirius's anger. I didn't attend school, he supplies instead of continuing with his former thinking. Why not? I just didn't, says Remus cryptically with a shrug of his shoulders, still not looking at Sirius. That makes no sense, returns Sirius, baffled and perplexed. You're a wizard, aren't you? Hogwarts is a birthright. You should have been there. Did your parents? Remus stands suddenly, eyes glued on a point just above Sirius's head. I'm going to bed, he states brusquely, walking away before Sirius can form any sort of response. Chapter 9, Divine. Remus doesn't talk to him for days after their last encounter in front of the fire. Teddy finally leaves, returning home with his mum, the woman just as bright and spunky as she'd been the first time Sirius had seen her. He's curious about their situation, but Remus has never offered up any information, and Sirius decides it's likely better not to ask. He wouldn't gain a response now anyhow. He floats through his days in a half-haze, everything around his vision dampening with fog at the oddest of times. Remus has work, and he leaves the flat for incredibly long stretches of time, and though he hasn't been the person for conversation, simply having him around had somehow kept Sirius grounded. With him gone, Sirius finds himself waking up in that same place on the floor more often than when the other man is occupying their now shared home. His head never stops aching, but Sirius has found that in his moments of distraction with Remus, he notices it less. When Remus is gone or blatantly ignoring him as he's done for nearly 3 days, Sirius feels as though there are cymbals crashing inside his ears, rattling his skull until he's nearly blind from the pain. Sirius tells himself he's fine with the way things are, so long as he ignores the entirety of his situation. If he focuses solely on the silent flatmate aspect of it, he can try to lie and convince himself he's used to being alone. But he knows that's not true. Sirius hasn't been completely alone since he was 11 and took that first fateful train ride that had led him to James. Even during their holidays when he'd been forced to return home, there had always been letters. And try as he might, Sirius can't truthfully say he'd been alone before that either. He'd had Regulus, back before everything had fractured so drastically between them forever. He thinks he might be going a little mad with the silence of it all. Remus isn't the sort to talk to himself. He doesn't perform loud activities. He's a reader, listens to softer music when he indulges at all, though Sirius is guessing he's refraining out of some sort of spite. Sirius takes to following him around the flat whenever the other man is home, simply trying to pull some sort of reaction from him. He moves things about, holds them out of reach so that Remus will be forced to interact with him. Sirius chatters incessantly at times, until his mouth is dry with no hope of relief, but nothing works. Remus remains quiet, mouth sealed closed, eyes slipping over Sirius almost as though he doesn't exist at all. Sirius slowly begins to retreat, feels as though he's fading from reality, whatever tentative hold he has on this world slipping away like quickly falling grains of sand through an hourglass. He falls quiet, no longer speaks himself. He stops harassing Remus because what's the point if he's only going to keep being ignored? He starts to wonder, as he sinks, his colors dulling out as he drifts deeper and deeper into a corner, that it's possible he doesn't exist anymore. The first time Remus caves and finally speaks to him again, it takes Sirius a while to register it. The words mist around him, his mind refusing to grasp on and hold them for any measure of time. He blinks once, slowly, and then again when he notices a body crouched in front of him, brown eyes locked on his face, something concerning flickering through them. "Sirius," he repeats, hand reaching out to grip over Sirius's shoulder. "Are you all right?" The words, as they leave Remus's tongue, sound like a choir, a collection of divine voices raising rooftops and rattling glass in its sash. Sirius startles a bit, mouth parting slightly in surprise. "Me?" he questions, pointing at himself. Remus frowns, his fingers digging in a little deeper as Sirius glances around, only realizing now that he's seated on the floor beside the window, the gray haze of the day casting a softness over them. Then he's lurching forward, shifting to his knees. His arms wind their way around the other man, clamping down tightly. The force of it knocks Remus backwards from where he's balancing on the balls of his feet, backside connecting hard with the rug behind the sofa. He grunts a bit, sounding mildly irritated, but Sirius can't focus on it, the relief coursing through him too strong and overwhelming. "I'm real," he breathes out, sounding mystified and disbelieving. He feels Remus tense briefly under his hold, but then the other man is relaxing, his own arms wrapping Sirius up without any further hesitation. "Yes, you're real," he says quietly. "You're real, and I'm sorry. I won't ignore you again. I'm sorry." Chapter 10, Come Down. "Have you heard anything from Lily and James?" "Not yet. But it's been more than a week. The person I spoke with said roughly a week, Sirius. They'll be back when they're back. You did owl them, didn't you? Because if you didn't, how would we ever know?" Remus sighs, scrubbing over his face with one hand in annoyance. "Yes, I owled them. I promise I owled them," he says, sounding exhausted, and Sirius backs down a little, feeling suddenly guilty. Remus seems to see it and the expression he's wearing falters a bit. "I know you want to figure this out. So do I. Contrary to what you may believe, I don't like this situation any more than you do. I've lived alone since I left my parents' house, other than Teddy. I was still looking forward to that aspect of life. A flatmate in the form of a go." Sirius pins him with a warning glare and Remus stops, though he recovers quickly. "I want to figure this out too, Sirius," he reiterates. Sirius deflates where he stands, watching Remus scoff down a piece of hastily made toast, clearly in a rush. He'd feel bad for distracting him if it wasn't for the other man nearly calling Sirius a ghost again. Remus continues racing around, not really engaging in any more conversation, clearly preoccupied. Sirius watches him, idly slipping needed things into his path in a silent effort to help, Remus not seeming to notice what he's doing. When he makes his way to the front door, swinging his jacket over his arms in a near frenzy, Sirius gazes at him in mild amusement, staring as the man pats himself down and mumbles under his breath. "Right, I'm off," announces Remus, tone faint and distracted. "It'll likely be a long day, so just, I don't know, wake up on the floor over and over again or something." Sirius's humor retreats and he scowls at the other man, pulling a small chuckle from Remus's throat. "I'll be back eventually." Remus is gone before Sirius can form a response, his tongue feeling twisted in his mouth. He huffs in frustration, eyes shifting around the flat as the emptiness settles in again, but they stop when they come to rest on the set of keys laying on the small table beside the door. Sirius curses to himself, darting forward to grab them and rushing from the flat before he thinks about it. He pays no attention to the door latching closed behind him as he calls out to Remus, already halfway down the stairs at the end of the corridor. "Think you might need these," informs Sirius, jingling the keys in front of him. Remus stares at him blankly for a moment before he pats down his jacket and then rolls his eyes at himself. He takes the stairs 2 at a time as he returns, snaking the keys from Sirius's hand. "Thanks," he mumbles, stowing them away in his pocket. His expression turns a bit sly as he gazes back at Sirius. "Not sure why I need them. It's not like you couldn't." His words stop abruptly, eyes widening, mouth parting slightly. Sirius frowns, tilting his head in bemusement, watching as Remus's gaze flickers away, staring behind Sirius. "Are you having a stroke?" he questions, reaching out to poke at Remus's shoulder, but the other man doesn't respond. Sirius grunts. "Really, what's up with you?" Remus continues to gape at him for a while before he utters in a whisper. "You're out." Sirius blinks at him, not understanding, his brow furrowing. And then it hits him. He spins on his heels, eyes fixing on the closed door, Sirius rooted on the other side of it and not waking up sprawled over the floor beside his sofa. His mouth works soundlessly, his head shakes back and forth, breath leaving him. Elation surges through him like a tickling fire, but the come down when the questions begin barreling into him full force is a terrible, devastating crash. Chapter 11, Majesty. "You cannot come with me," denies Remus, sounding irritated, his words emerging through gritted teeth. "Why not?" says Sirius in outrage. "I can clearly leave now." "Because we still have no idea why you can suddenly leave this flat, and we also don't know how long that will last. You said yourself that you were snapped back inside not long after I had to leave. If you come with me, we have no idea how that will go. We also don't know if you can even leave the building. And there's also the matter of not knowing what will happen if you do leave the flat, manage to slip out of the building, and then get out into the city only for whatever this is to try and pull you back again. What if you don't come back here, Sirius? What if something else happens to you instead?" Remus stares at Sirius almost pleadingly, and Sirius thinks he sees a fair bit of concern in the other man's brown eyes. There's a heaviness lining their edges that almost resembles fear, though Sirius is convinced he's being ridiculous, inventing things in his head out of some sort of desperation for someone to care now that everything else seems to be gone. But Sirius can't relent on his stubbornness. "They're my friends," he mutters, casting a scathing look in Remus's direction. "You can't stop me. For fuck's sake, Sirius. Are you even listening to me? The universe is going to stop you before I do, and it could be permanent," cries Remus, glaring at him in determination. "You cannot go. End of story." Sirius's face shifts into hard lines, but he squares his shoulders and drops into a deep bow, arms sweeping under him in a regal gesture. "At your order, your Majesty," he bites out, eyes never leaving Remus's. Remus scowls darkly at Sirius as they venture down the pavement, but Sirius doesn't care, sucking in the fresh air, having not realized just how stagnant the flat had become after so much time. It's cold, something Sirius can tell by the way the man beside him is hunching a little into his coat and how his breath puffs out in front of him in balls of mist that linger for a moment before dissipating. That doesn't happen to Sirius, but he purposefully doesn't focus on it or think about why, just as he tries not to think about why he can't feel the chill. The other man doesn't speak to him, and Sirius is fairly certain it has more to do with him not listening than it does with the fact no one else seems able to see him. Yet, even this Sirius manages to ignore as they traverse the streets and the train. It takes a while to reach their destination, Sirius having attempted apparition at first that had failed, but he doesn't focus on the reasons why for this any more than anything else. Nothing happens. Sirius remains firmly rooted by Remus's side the entire time. Nothing tries to pull him back to the flat or anywhere else, leading Sirius to consider this outing a success. When they finally arrive on the outskirts of Godric's Hollow, Sirius feels excitement lick at his veins. This is it, he knows it. If anyone has answers, is going to be able to see him other than Remus, it'll be James. They're more connected to one another than anyone else Sirius has ever had in his entire life. Sirius fidgets, shifting from one foot to the other as Remus knocks on the door. He can hear sounds behind it, things he'll never forget as long as he lives, like Harry's stomping steps as he races around, crockery clanging together from someone moving about in the kitchen, the wireless humming faintly from the distance, one of Lily's favorite things, something she and Sirius had found a common connection over years before. It fills him with an overwhelming sense of home, swells him full with it. And then the door is creaking open, those old hinges protesting that James refuses to do anything about because he likes the noise, says it makes the place better instead of worse. A shock of messy black hair is the first thing Sirius sees, followed by those hazel eyes fixed behind glasses that he knows so well, better than his own. "Lo," greets James, voice sounding a bit weary but still pleasant. "You must be Remus. Sorry we couldn't meet before you moved in, but Lily's told me all about you." His hazel gaze flickers over Remus before darting to the side, and Sirius holds his breath, anticipation jarring through every nerve in his body. He holds it and holds it. Sirius keeps holding it until his lungs cease to work or matter at all as his best friend's eyes slide over him as though he's not there at all. Chapter 12, Studded. James ushers Remus inside, and Sirius barely manages to get control of himself fast enough to follow before the door is nearly closing on him. Sirius glances around the sitting room that hasn't changed as James motions for Remus to sit in a nearby armchair, reaching out and snagging Harry as he rushes past. "Whoa, hold on a second, kid," says James in amusement as Harry squirms a bit in his arms. "I want you to meet someone. This is Remus. He's got a son about your age." James glances at Remus for confirmation, smiling as Remus nods to indicate he's correct. "That's neat," supplies Harry. "Hello, Remus. That's a weird name." "Harry," calls Lily as she steps into the room from the kitchen even as Remus chuckles, seeming amused. "That's rude." "Hello, Remus. It's nice to see you again." "Sorry," mumbles Harry. "But it is." "Like it's the first you've heard," comments James, ruffling Harry's hair a little roughly, his son groaning at the action. "It's fine, really," says Remus easily, smiling at the boy. "It's not the first time I've heard that. It is a strange name, but no one ever confuses me with someone else, though sometimes I wish they would." Harry grins at the tease as Remus glances up at Lily. "Thank you for having me over again." The others continue talking but Sirius tunes them out, crouching down in front of Harry, waiting for those green eyes to focus on him. "Hiya, he murmurs, but Harry never spares him a look. Something inside Sirius fractures a little as he stares at his oblivious godson. "Come on, it's me, Sprague." "Sirius. It's me. Please just look at me." "Please, Harry. Don't you want to play again? Read a book? Go up on my bike? You love that and I love you. I love you so much, so please just look at me." Sirius hears Remus's words falter, feels the man's eyes fixed on him, but Sirius keeps at Harry. He tries to touch him, but his hand slides past him, like mist dispersing and then reforming. He releases a strangled sound from the back of his throat before he can stop himself, frustration and agony welling inside him, because now he really has lost everything, Harry having been his last shred of hope that's been ripped away so cruelly. "Can I go play?" questions Harry, inserting himself into Remus's continued silence. James permits it, and as his godson races from the room, Sirius remains on the floor, staring at nothing for a long while, pieces of himself quickly falling away, shattering like glass around his feet, slicing at his skin in a brutal way. Lily's voice pulls him back. "You said you had questions about the flat," she encourages Remus, seeming hesitant and uncertain. Sirius stands slowly, glancing over at the other man whose eyes keep shifting to him and away quickly. There's an odd expression on his face, like he's trying to hide something away from sight, though a poignancy still remains around its edges. "Ah, yes, questions, yes. I do," he stutters out after a moment, sounding distracted. Remus clears his throat, finally looking away from Sirius completely. "Sorry. Yes, I do. Mostly about the previous resident." "Oh," says Lily, barely more than a breath released. James remains silent, his mouth pulling into a thin line. Sirius takes the opportunity to study them, his friends both looking a little drawn around their eyes, exhaustion and something else intangible lingering in their very beings. "Have you found something we overlooked? I thought we found everything when we cleaned the place out." "No," denies Remus, speaking slowly. "No, it's not that. There's just a very heavy sense of presence there. I'm curious about him. You said you needed someone to look after the flat, but you never said if he was coming back or when. I hate to pry, but if I need to." Remus keeps talking, but Sirius is no longer paying any attention. His gaze has fixed on something next to the door, black and shining, standing out in sharp contrast against the brighter colors surrounding it. He makes his way over to it, feeling Remus's eyes on his back. Sirius reaches out but never touches, pulling his hand back after a second as he takes in the soft leather, creased and faintly cracked in all the right places, a section of silver, metal-studded material on one side. It hadn't come like that. Sirius had added it himself because he liked it. His head drops, staring down at his chest, fingers grazing lightly over the same leather covering it. The same leather that's hanging so plainly with his friends' coats beside their front door. Sirius's jacket, only one like it in existence, the very one he's wearing as he stands rooted to the spot. His mouth hangs open, not understanding, and he turns slowly, meeting Remus's eyes, seeing identical levels of confusion reflected from the other man's brown gaze. Chapter 13, Opera. Sirius stumbles backwards from the wall, eyes still locked on his jacket, still not understanding, but Lily is speaking again, so he forcefully turns his attention away from it. Remus is watching him surreptitiously, but Sirius does his best to ignore it, moving around the room, feeling as though if he holds still even for a moment, he'll disappear to nothing, his mind frantic and jumbled, head aching again. "I left that part out when we initially set this up because we don't know when he's coming back, or if he is at all." Lily's words hang in the air with a heavy, suffocating sort of weight. James is still stonily silent beside her on the sofa, and she reaches out to squeeze his hand in a comforting gesture. "Where did he go?" questions Remus in bemusement. "Didn't he tell you?" Silence hangs around them until James says quietly, "He didn't go anywhere." Remus frowns, seeming to teeter for a few seconds like he isn't certain how best to push forward, James's expression hard and shadowed, filled with a sort of grief and blame that Sirius isn't sure if Remus can see, but Sirius can better than almost anything else. Lily squeezes his hand again, pulling it gently into her lap, looking forlorn herself. "I'm sorry," apologizes Remus. "I don't understand." James bows his head, scrubbing over his face roughly with his free hand, seeming to struggle for an answer, but Lily responds for him. "Sirius isn't gone, not in the traditional sense. He's not traveling, he didn't move, but he can't stay at his flat right now, and we're not sure if he'll ever be able to again," she says in an attempted explanation, but it only appears to confuse Remus further, something Sirius understands, because it makes no sense to him either. Lily draws in a deep breath, as though steadying herself, before she knocks Sirius backwards with her next words. "He's in St. Mungo's, Remus, in a long-term ward, because they didn't know where else to put him. The healers don't know what's wrong with him, and there's not much they can do." "What?" hisses out Sirius, staring at his two friends. Remus's eyes flicker to him warily. "But he's alive?" asks the other man. James snorts, a harsh sound in the stifled quiet of the room. "Barely," he scoffs, sounding dejected and so tired it makes Sirius's bones ache in sympathy. He's alive but he's not there. They can't get a response from him, no matter what they do. It's like he's given up, fallen asleep and decided not to wake up again. It's been months. James's voice dies off in a weak whisper, like something's fading from him, and Sirius wants nothing more than to reach out and touch him, let his friend know he's not gone, hasn't given up, that he's still right here with them. James clears his throat. That's where we were when you owled. Hopping around the world, talking to people, searching for answers. I just need answers so I can help him. You have no idea what happened to him. There must have been, I don't know. Signs of something. How can no one know anything? James releases a heavy sigh. No, he mutters, leaning backwards into the sofa cushions, like his body is giving out on him. And we have no idea. His fingers slip through his hair, a nervous, years-old habit that Sirius has seen too many times to count. We went out to a pub a few months ago, the two of us and another mate. Our mate left a couple of hours in because he had work the next morning, but Sirius and I stayed for a long time after that. It was just a regular night. We had fun, joked around, played with one of those Muggle music boxes with all the lights. Sirius kept playing the same song over and over again until people were complaining, but he never stopped until the bartender made him. It got late. Sirius still wanted to stay, wasn't finished yet, but I was tired. I wanted to come back to Lily and Harry. Fuck, I knew I shouldn't have left him there, says James grievously, face scrunching up with regret and blame. He was singing bloody opera. I knew he was too pissed to see straight, but I still left, went home. The next day, when he didn't show up at ours looking for food like he usually did, I went to check on him, and Sirius was. James breaks off, sounding a little choked. He pulls both of his hands to his face, the heels of his palms pressing against his eyes. Lily reaches over, fingers slipping around the back of his neck soothingly, her expression just as dogged as James's. Sirius was in his flat. She picks up when it becomes clear James isn't going to speak again. Nothing was wrong, nothing was disturbed, but he was on the floor beside his sofa, unconscious, unresponsive. We tried everything. James thought he'd just passed out once he got there, but it didn't take long to figure out that wasn't the problem. We got him to Mungo's but he never woke up. They've done everything they can think of, scoured texts, contacted other healers around the world. No one has any ideas on what's wrong with him. Sirius's head is spinning, still throbbing, blood rushing through his ears in a loud roar. It drowns out the voices of the others, though they still filter through enough for him to catch pieces. Was he attacked? Did anyone see anything? People at the pub or his neighbors? Fires off Remus quickly, leaning forward in his chair, balancing on the edge. If Lily or James think there's anything strange in his reaction to their story, they don't comment on it. The bloke tending the bar was still there when Sirius left for the night, replies James. He said he was alone when he walked out the door. It was late. None of his neighbors were around when he came home. No one knows anything. He left, he came home, and somewhere between that and me finding him, something happened, but we don't know what or how to fix it. Remus begins to speak again, but Sirius isn't paying attention anymore. This can't be happening, he mumbles, and then he's streaking from the room, throwing the front door open. He hears James and Lily make a startled sound, hears Remus say something about the wind and then offer out a few half-formed excuses and another thanks before he's following after Sirius, catching the door before it closes again. Chapter 14, Country Road. Sirius, stop, calls Remus. Sirius ignores him, continuing down the road in front of the cottage he'd once felt so at home within. Now he feels faded, a pointless entity, like the ghost Remus has been calling him for over a week. His head throbs, sending an ache through the backs of his eyes, and he squeezes them closed, still not halting in his steps, though they become a bit staggered, giving the other man an opportunity to catch up and grip his shoulder, spinning him around. What do you want? he snarls in Remus's face, glaring at him with eyes that could melt most others to puddles of themselves, but Remus doesn't seem fazed by the intense anger shining from their gray depths. "I want you to stop," says Remus patiently, quietly. "Just stop and think for a second. I'm not even sure where you think you're going." "Where else would I be going?" demands Sirius heatedly, wincing around the cymbals clanging in his head. "Saint Mungo's. I'm going to find myself. Maybe, fuck. Maybe this is just some fractured connection. Maybe if I don't know. Touch my own arm or something, I'll sort of absorb back into me. That doesn't even make sense, but I don't know what else to do." Remus stares at him, his hand still gripping Sirius's shoulder. A couple walks past them, casting Remus odd looks at his stance and the fact that he'd seemingly been talking to himself only moments ago, but both men ignore them as the couple increase their pace. "That's a stupid idea," says Remus finally, and Sirius opens his mouth to retort, eyes narrowing, but the other man stops him. "I know you don't know what to do or what's happening, but this isn't a book, Sirius. It's not some Muggle film where everything just slots back into place so easily. Something clearly happened to you, and until someone figures out what, I think you're stuck like this." Sirius begins to deflate under Remus's hold until he continues, saying, "And you're going the wrong way." Sirius suddenly jerks away from him, Remus's arm dropping back to his side like a useless log. "I know that," he bites out. "And I don't care. I just need, fucking Merlin on a tea table." He shouts the last bit at the ground, blood rushing into his face forcefully, his head throbbing harder, skull feeling as though it's ready to split in half. "What do you need?" asks Remus, still soft, little judgment in his voice. "What do you need, Sirius?" "I don't know," cries Sirius, eyes snapping back up, landing on the other man briefly before he's spinning on his heels. "I need answers. I need my life back. I need to talk to someone other than you, someone who doesn't despise my existence." "I don't despise your existence," denies Remus quickly. "I just wasn't expecting your existence. It's been an adjustment." But Sirius isn't listening anymore, his words falling into a void where they don't matter anymore. His eyes have landed on an object gleaming in the light beside the cottage. The black of it is glossy and smooth, the chrome perfect and blinding. The bars at the top are expertly positioned at just the right height, something Sirius had fought with, using several different charms to get them adjusted. He can hear the rumbling of sounds even as it stands still and alone, abandoned just like him, images of chilled nights spent on a country road and the smell of pine and grease invading his senses. "Do you see that?" asks Sirius, cutting through whatever Remus is saying. The other man follows his gaze to the bike, frowning in confusion. "That's mine. It's my bike. I've had it for years. Found it not long after I left Hogwarts. It was rubbish. James told me not to buy it, said I'd regret it, but I knew. I could tell what was beneath the surface of something so neglected. I spent ages fixing it up, giving it the life it deserved. I took care of it. Even charmed it to fly. Harry always loved going up with me." Sirius angles his head in Remus's direction but never removes his eyes from his bike. "And there it is, untouched and unloved. I'm sure Lily or James protected it, but I doubt they do anything with it." He stops and grits his teeth together. "It's mine, and it's here. Same as my jacket that I'm still somehow wearing. Same as all my other clothes and books and photos. Everything that's ever meant anything to me is here. And so am I, but I'm not, am I? Not really. They can't see me, can't hear or touch me. They're my family and I'm just, gone. Dead." Remus steps forward, pushing into Sirius's line of sight. "You're not dead, Sirius," he says firmly. "You said so yourself. They said it too. You're not dead. You're not a ghost, and I'm sorry for all the times I've called you that because you aren't. You're not hearing me, snaps Sirius. You're not hearing one word. I am nothing. To everyone that has meant anything to me, I don't exist except for laying useless in some bed in the fuck-off ward of a hospital where no one cares. And now I'm stuck with you, someone who doesn't know me and would rather I didn't exist at all. Remus rears backwards a little as though slapped, something hurtful flashing across his face, but Sirius doesn't care. I don't want you. I don't need you. Take my fucking flat. Enjoy it. Apparently, I don't need it anymore. I just want my family back. Remus stares at him, not speaking, mouth pulled into a thin line, brown eyes guarded and calculating. Sirius growls under his breath. Piss off, Remus, he shouts. Go. Get the fuck out of here. You don't want me and I don't need you. The other man's gaze never falters from Sirius's face, but his own expression hardens after a moment. Fine, he mutters, and then Remus is turning on his heel, his disappearance and the sharp crack signaling his departure. As soon as he's gone, Sirius feels as though a boulder is falling onto his chest. His air is sucked from his lungs, his bones feel brittle and pliant. Everything turns soft. He nearly screams as the worst pain he's felt so far rips through his head, turning his vision white and then black. And then he's being pulled through the tightest of tubes, the sensation far worse than apparition has ever been. Everything goes dark after that. Chapter 15, Orchid. He feels as though he's floating, but not really. It's more like he's being dragged through heavy sludge, a polluted river, his body resisting everything and nothing at once. He feels like he doesn't exist and yet every molecule that makes up his design is twanging and vibrating with life and energy. He feels pulled apart and stitched back together, shredded to bits repeatedly, scattered through time and space, drifting in the vacuum, something sucking him in and out in one constant breath that rises and falls endlessly. Sirius gasps as his eyes snap open, his back arching with the expansion of his lungs that he thinks shouldn't have any bearing at all because he's not real. Muscle memory, habit, his brain supplies distantly, but Sirius can't focus on it. He stares up, is met by the void of greedy black waiting to pull him back down, and he panics, flails, until the darkness shifts a little and Sirius finds himself gazing into a sea of brown. He can't look away, the hue, not one thing but millions, a sea of dazzling colors, glints of yellow, speckles of amber, a dusting of the deepest burnt orange. It's the richness of earth before the rain comes, smoky quartz that dazzles in the sunlight, the caramel gloss of milky tea. It's like staring at the edges of a cymbidium orchid, the outside of a chestnut cracking under the heat of a too-hot fire, counting rings in the center of tree trunks aged so long and so beautifully mere years can't compare. Sirius sucks in a duller breath as he becomes lost in the bursts of images, all these things of life he remembers so clearly even if he can't recall all the parts of his own. They flicker past his eyes like records being shuffled at a fast pace, a film playing at an out-of-order, dizzying speed. One flashes through his mind, overtaking his vision, melding every part of himself with the vision, brown eyes glittering through shadows too thick and disorienting to properly focus on, something about them spinning. He blinks, staring up, finding more brown eyes fixed on him, surrounded by a familiar face, a smattering of dark freckles over a broad nose, cheekbones highlighted by those same marks, lips pulled into a thin, unreadable line, a crease formed between dark brows. And somehow it looks the same but different, Sirius's ceiling haloing the head instead of the bricks like he'd thought existed before. Sirius shakes his throbbing head, still attempting to split open on him as he lays over his hard floor. The images quickly retreat until they're nearly forgotten, only a faint blip at the outer reaches of his mind. He still has the feeling of a heavy weight pressing down on his chest, but it's beginning to shift away slowly, and Sirius groans as he attempts to reorient himself, focusing in on Remus's face above him after a while. The other man doesn't speak, like he's giving Sirius time to return from the gaping emptiness he feels as though he's been trapped in for centuries. "I'm back," says Sirius eventually, voice hoarse, the words ripping through his throat painfully. He grimaces before he can stop himself. Yeah, you are, concurs Remus. Sirius expects him to sound caustic or cruel, somehow deprecating, but he doesn't. Whatever hurt or anger had existed in the man upon disapparating seems to have faded now, leaving behind a somewhat grievous expression that Sirius can't fully understand. And I think I've figured out what controls when and how you can leave this flat. Chapter 16, Faithless. Step outside the door, urges Remus, and Sirius stares at him in shock, looking between the other man and the slab of wood. What? No. Why would I do that? He demands, aiming for a biting tone but thinking it emerges a bit weak. I only just got back. Still don't have my legs under myself properly yet. Just, trust me, all right? This is going to answer your question. I promise. Sirius stares at the other man, his eyes squinting against his aching head. His heart is pattering frantically in his chest, but at Remus's request for trust, it calms, and Sirius blinks in surprise. Fine, he grumbles finally, slinking across the room on unsteady feet. As he pulls the door open, Sirius hesitates for a moment, gazing into the empty hall beyond. I already don't like this. Remus doesn't say anything, simply waiting behind him. Sirius inhales a nervous breath and then he's stepping over the threshold. He has just enough time to turn and glimpse the brown of Remus's eyes before the door is closing in his face. As soon as the snick of sound echoes outwards, Sirius is being yanked into that void again. He floats for a while, heaviness all around him even as he feels completely weightless. And then he's gasping back into being beside his sofa, Remus standing over him, a slight look of concern on his face, though it's mixing with something else that appears almost triumphant. He hauls Sirius back to his feet, Sirius groaning faintly at the sudden position change. Before he can really think again, Remus has him back out that door, and Sirius stiffens, trying to push back against the other man. No, wait, he tries desperately. Calm down, it's all right, assures Remus. Just watch. Once they're in the hall, Remus stays with him even as he pulls the door closed. Sirius closes his eyes, preparing himself for that sharp tugging sensation in the center of himself, but it never comes. He cracks one eyelid back open slowly, spying Remus staring back at him almost proudly. Do you get it yet? Asks the other man. Sirius shakes his head, feeling no less confused than he had before. Watch, says Remus as he opens the door and steps through it again. Sirius tries to follow him, but Remus holds up his hand, stopping him before closing the piece of wood once more. And then it's happening again, Sirius being jerked through blackness again, body coated in thick sludge that he can't navigate through. He feels trapped, suspended in some horrible limbo, but then his eyes are snapping open and Remus is standing over him, face far too bright for the nauseating pounding filling Sirius's head. He's pulled up again, guided back through the door and down the stairs. Remus ushers him outside to the pavement, and before Sirius can protest, the building's door is being closed in his face. This time, when forced into that darkness, it lingers. Something he can't see gnaws over his fingers, his toes, the bones of his chest, his lips, his hair. It separates pieces of him and leaves them behind, Sirius unable to catch them before they're gone from him. Nothing exists anymore. He doesn't exist, not as he should or once had. He's light gone gray, a flame snuffed out of being, faith turned faithless. Sirius sucks in a horrible, drawn-out breath as his head and shoulders spring up from the floor before collapsing backwards again. The breath doesn't stop, keeps going, Sirius unable to get enough or ever fill his lungs again, everything feeling burnt and charred around the edges, ineffectual. He claws at the floor beneath him for purchase, holding himself in place lest he be ripped away again. His skull feels as though it's splitting open wide, a large canyon forming that he can't hope to seal up again. Remus is there once more, attempting to urge Sirius up, but he jerks away from the other man as violently as he can manage. No, he shouts, though it's weak and wavering to his own ears. No, I can't. You have to stop. It's too much. I won't come back again if you keep this up. What the fuck is your problem? The man is crouched in front of him, and the concern is back in his eyes now. All right, I'm sorry, he hastens to say, holding out his hands to Sirius, trying to show he understands, that he won't pull him from the flat again. I'm sorry, Sirius. I was just trying to show. What do you mean you won't come back again? Questions Remus suddenly, a frown gracing his features. Sirius continues to lay across the floor, all his energy for movement drained away. I mean that every time you've done this now, it's taking me longer and longer to pop back here. Years. Eons. That last time felt like eternity. His last words emerge a whisper, and Remus's frown deepens. You've been here instantly each time, responds Remus, his gaze flittering over Sirius, worry clearly written over his features as he sees how much Sirius is struggling. I'm sorry, he murmurs again. We won't do that anymore. I didn't realize what it put you through. I won't leave you again. Sirius slowly sits up, squinting at Remus. There are echoing thunderclaps in his head, making it difficult to comprehend his words. What are you talking about? Don't you understand? Presses Remus, leaning forward a little, his brown gaze glittering. You can't leave here without me. If we get separated, you're pulled back to this spot, but so long as I'm near and we're not blocked, you can leave, travel the world. You can go anywhere you want. I just have to be with you. Sirius gapes at him, speechless, as everything tumbles into place even as it raises another 100 questions. Chapter 17, Tennis. It takes a long time for Sirius to recover, well into the night. Remus stays close by his side, and every time Sirius catches a glimpse of the other man, he looks as though he wants to offer something that will help, but they both know nothing will. Sirius can't eat or drink. He can't even sleep, not really, not in any way that truly matters. They sit in mostly silence, Sirius's head aching too badly for him to manage much speech for a while. Remus shifts around the flat, like he's searching for something, poking through cupboards, disappearing to the bedroom. Sirius watches him from where he's tucked into an armchair, legs pulled up close to his chest, like he's trying to hold his body together through sheer force of will. You should lay down, suggests Remus when it reaches the early hours of the morning, the windows around them dark, only the eerie yellow lights from the street beyond shining through, the fire flickering an odd burnt orange glow over their features and casting dancing shadows that Sirius has been studying for longer than he can remember. Why? It's not like it'll matter, mumbles Sirius, tongue slow to cooperate in his mouth. He feels weak in a destructive way, every part of him shaky. Remus stands from the sofa, walking over to hover above him. You may not be able to sleep, but it could still help, he insists. When's the last time you rested? Really rested? Not just sitting or, whatever happens when you pop back into existence over the floor. When's the last time you stretched out in your bed? Sirius doesn't respond, chewing it over inside his head. He doesn't have an answer, though he knows it's been months. He glances up at Remus and the other man smiles at him, holding out his hand. Come on, he urges. I'll help you. Sirius is slow to move, but he finally reaches up, Remus snagging his fingers and then his arm easily. The other man hoists him up, Sirius's legs trembling beneath him, his muscles trying to lock and give way at the same time. Remus wraps his arm around Sirius's back and guides him down the small hall to the bedroom, supporting him as he lowers himself to the edge of the bed and then swings around so he can rest back, head cradled in his own pillow. As lousy as he feels, the simple comfort of his own bed is a remarkable thing, Sirius thinking Remus had been right, and that maybe there's something healing within it. Remus turns away from him, angling towards the door, but Sirius reaches out and grips around his wrist, keeping him from moving any further. Where are you going? He asks, feeling some odd sense of panic rising in him. I'll sleep on the sofa, comes Remus's response, peering down at him curiously. It's fine. You need the bed more than I do. I can sleep anywhere. No, don't go, pleads Sirius, and he hates how pathetic he sounds. Remus frowns at him, clearly not understanding, and Sirius drops his wrist after a moment of thought. Never mind. I'm being stupid. Remus continues to stare at him for a moment before he's dropping down at the foot of the bed, eyes studious. Why are you scared? He questions finally, voice and features soft. Not. I'm fine, denies Sirius, not looking at him, gazing up at the ceiling instead. His thoughts bounce around inside his mind like a tennis ball ricocheting, causing his head to ache in a worse way. I'm not scared. Sirius, prods Remus gently, leaning forward a little, and Sirius swallows, his chest hitching around his breath a little. What if I disappear? He manages to choke out. No one would know. You wouldn't be here and no one would know. I'd be gone. I feel like I'm barely hanging on by my fingernails right now, and Okay, says Remus quickly as Sirius's words become more frantic as he speaks. Okay. I'll stay. I won't leave you. Sirius nods, but he still can't look at Remus as he climbs over Sirius's legs and moves to the empty side of the bed. He leans against the headboard, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he slips down, stretching his limbs out beside Sirius's own. It's a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless. They lay in silence for a long time until Sirius finally rolls to face Remus, the other man already on his side, watching Sirius curiously. He inhales a breath, his lungs expanding with it, an automatic thing that serves no true purpose now. I don't understand, he says quietly, and Remus frowns a little. Why you? Why are you the only one who can see me, touch me, talk to me? Why do I have to be with you to leave or to feel like I'm real at all? Remus shakes his head, his expression pinching a bit. I don't know, Sirius, he murmurs. I wish I have an answer for you. I don't, but I've been wondering the same thing. Sirius sighs heavily, curling in on himself. His knees knock into Remus's. We'll figure it out. And if we don't? Remus doesn't respond, but Sirius had not really expected anything when he'd asked the question. They remain like that the rest of the night, Remus eventually drifting to sleep as Sirius watches. He spends his time counting the freckles spreading across the other man's nose and cheeks until he finally allows his own eyes to fall closed in a mockery of rest. Chapter 18, Climb. Sirius can't help but admit that simply laying in his own bed again makes him feel more grounded to whatever's become of his life now. Remus seems to sense it, though Sirius never speaks to it, and he urges Sirius to it every night without fail. What surprises Sirius more is that the other man stays there too, Sirius expecting him to try to disappear to the sofa again, but he doesn't. Sirius begins to make an unconscious habit of charting out pathways between freckles and counting eyelashes to keep the boredom at bay, though if he's honest, he's never really bored in these moments. Teddy comes back for several days, still blue-haired and entertaining. Sirius likes to watch and listen to him as he talks to Remus, enjoying the fantastical stories he tells his father, his hands moving as he speaks, creating pictures with small fingers. Sirius quickly becomes enchanted. On the second night he's there, his mother appears on the other side of the door, all bright smiles, arms loaded down with crisps and cakes. They're having a game night, something Sirius hadn't completely believed when Remus had first told him. Sirius hovers in the background, trying his best not to pull the other man's focus, simply observing in curiosity. They have fun together, laughing and joking, throwing out easy taunts, touching, acting like a proper family, like the Potters, and Sirius doesn't understand. While Teddy is present in the flat, Sirius remains in the background as much as possible, letting Remus have time with his son, something Sirius has discovered is clearly important to him. He doesn't always succeed, never having done well with blending into his surroundings, always managing to stand out and draw attention to himself, but after watching the family together, he finds this easier to achieve, still puzzling over it. Nights are when Sirius gets to let himself go, stop pretending he doesn't exist, him and Remus laying across from one another over the mattress, the other man allowing him to spill all his unsaid words from the day. "What's wrong?" asks Remus unexpectedly the last night Teddy is there. The room is dark around them, only the hazy yellow glow that manages to creep between the drapes offering any sort of light. Sirius frowns, pulling himself from his deep thoughts. "What are you talking about?" he says in bemusement. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," counters Remus, his tone light, airy, only carrying a hint of concern. "Normally, by now, you're chattering my ears off until they're screaming, but you've been quiet since we came in here. Even today, you were mostly silent, which is strange. I'm beginning to figure you out, Sirius." His mouth twitches in the smallest of smiles that Sirius can just make out in the pale light coating their forms. Sirius snorts. "I doubt that very much," he says with a jesting edge, and Remus chuckles, shaking the bed a bit beneath them. As he sobers, Sirius narrows his eyes at him thoughtfully. "I have a question, but I'm not sure how you'll take it," he hedges. Remus doesn't respond, his eyebrows lifting, one corner of his lips tilting upwards invitingly, and Sirius exhales a breath. "You and Dora. Teddy. You all seem so happy together, and I can't figure it out. Divorced? Most divorced couples I've ever run across don't act like you two do." Something curious flashes through Remus's eyes, too shadowed to pick out the brown of his irises. "No," he murmurs. "Not divorced." "Separated, then?" Remus only shakes his head, his mouth twitching again, and Sirius's frown deepens, his brow furrowing. "I don't understand." Remus releases an amused-sounding huff of breath. "We were never married, Sirius." "But Teddy. Believe it or not, that marriage isn't actually a requirement for the kid thing." "Shocked me, too." Sirius rolls his eyes and grumbles under his breath, pulling a more vocal laugh from Remus. "Teddy was an accident, as much as I hate calling him that. He was never our intention, but I've not regretted it once." His gaze travels over Sirius's face, studying him for a moment as he pauses. "Dora is a lesbian, Sirius, and I'm gay." "Well, maybe. I don't really know, but labels are complicated. They tie people to something that might not be completely true. People like who they like. I don't see why that has to be something that requires some sort of identification." Remus sighs a little and twists until he's on his back, staring at the ceiling, Sirius watching him avidly. "Story time," he angles, and Sirius nods in agreement. "Dora has been my best friend since I was 4. Her mom and my dad are Wixen, connected somehow while they were at school, made a friendship out of it that carried on. My mom is a Muggle, and Dora's dad is Muggleborn, so they hit it off well. They moved in next door to us right after Dora was born because my family was struggling, needed the support of people who didn't care much about certain things, so she and I grew up together. Neither of us attended Hogwarts. Our parents taught us instead," continues Remus, eyes still firmly fixed on the ceiling. "We never really interacted with other children more than just in passing. My parents had their reasons, and her mother had family issues she was trying to protect Dora from encountering, so we only ever really had each other. As we got older and our parents loosened the reins a bit, we started venturing out into the world, learning how to hold conversations with people around our age that weren't each other. We dated, but it was confusing." Remus stops for a few seconds, glancing at Sirius and then holding his gaze. "We were trying to figure things out, and we thought maybe we could do that better with one another than anyone else. We trusted each other more than anything, so we experimented. It was fine, never phenomenal, and she'd say the same, obviously, but we kept at it, hacking away at what was right and what wasn't. And then Teddy," finishes Sirius when Remus trails off. "And then Teddy," echoes Remus a little distantly, but he smiles at Sirius. The very best part of my life, and I'll never think differently, but I also won't lie and tell you it wasn't rattling and shocking. Terrifying. I was 22, Dora barely 18, both of us with our toes barely in the world around us. We had no business with a child or being parents, and it was a steep hill to climb, those months leading up to his birth and even after, but Teddy changed everything. It's like he opened our eyes, made us see what was important. Everything else took on a background life. Sirius hums a little, eyes scouring Remus's face, soaking up the devotion he finds there to the boy sleeping soundly down the hall. That's what James said about Harry, he says quietly. Nothing else mattered as much when he looked at him. It all just dissolved away for a while. Remus continues to stare at him, his eyes focused but also distant, an intriguing thing that fascinates Sirius. Yeah, he breathes after a bit. It does. They fall to silence after that, listening to the soft sounds of the building creaking around them, both a bit lost. Eventually, Sirius props up a little, settling his head in his hand, elbow planted in his pillow. One more question, he puts forth, and Remus makes a small sound in encouragement. What's with the hair? Remus blinks at him and then he's laughing, his head rolling back, hands clutching at his stomach. Sirius can't find it in himself to feel indignant at the reaction or to stop him. Chapter 19, Star-Studded. He waits until Teddy's gone before he broaches the subject. It seems safer that way, and also leaves more possibility of them acting on it immediately instead of having to delay. Sirius is standing by the window when Remus returns home from work. He's not sure how long he's been there. He does feel like he fades away when the other man isn't near, something he'd not noticed in the beginning but is becoming more apparent with every passing day. Sirius grits his teeth against it, grinding them together, the sounds echoing through his skull. He's been drifting, his thoughts scattering far and wide, not even leaving pathways for him to follow back to where he thinks he still partially exists. Flashes of Harry flood him at random times, sprinkled with James and Lily, their faces always bright, laughing, loving, so warm that it aches. Sirius misses them too much to hold it all in, releasing it through gasping breaths. There are fainter things there as well. The murky brown of drink on a damp wooden bar, music in his ears, hints of his own voice mixing in. Warm fingers running over his skin. A searing pain in his side that he barely notices as it melds with something better that he can't settle on fully. Glimpses of a pregnant moon in a star-studded sky, city lights nearly drowning them out of existence. Stumbling feet upstairs, a throaty laugh as his shoulder collides with a door frame. A startling flash of yellow light, blinding and bursting white spots over his vision that seem to consume him. Sirius? He startles violently, spinning on his heel quickly as he reaches for the wand no longer in his possession. Sirius grapples for a moment before he remembers, an eerie combination of panic and calm flooding him as they meld together seamlessly. And then his eyes are fixing on Remus's face, back within the flat, the other man gazing at him with a furrowed brow. "Remus," he stutters out after a few teetering seconds. "All right?" questions Remus, taking a step forward. His hand twitches at his side, like it wants to lift, but it never does. Sirius thinks in a distant sort of way that he wishes it would. "I said your name a few times," hedges Remus slowly. "It took you a while to respond." Sirius stares for a moment, struggling to form more words until he shakes his head clear. "Fine, yeah," he mumbles, and Remus's frown deepens as he takes another step closer. "Sirius. I want to go to St. Mungo's," says Sirius suddenly, cutting across his own name. Remus opens his mouth, but Sirius doesn't give him a chance to speak. "I need to see myself. What if there's something they're missing that I can find but they can't? What if just being there is all that it takes? Please, Remus. I don't beg, but I'm begging. I don't think this is going to last forever. I feel." Sirius stops and swallows around the lump forming in his throat. "I feel like I'm slowly slipping away when I'm alone. When you're not here. Something flashes across Remus's expression and then he's closing the gap between them in one long stride. His hand raises then, resting over the side of Sirius's face, warm fingers splaying down his neck, and Sirius gasps a little, not realizing how much he'd needed the contact. Remus seems to understand, and he does the same to the other side, cradling Sirius in his hand's embrace. "Okay," murmurs Remus quietly. "Okay, we can go. We can do whatever you need. Let's go." Sirius slumps forward before he can stop himself as relief floods him. Remus catches him effortlessly, a surprising thing, though much later Sirius will come to the conclusion that it shouldn't have been so surprising after all. Chapter 20, Tumbling. "He said it was down this corridor and to the right." "I heard him, Remus," snaps Sirius, eyes fixed forward, his feet already moving. "Just because other people don't know I exist doesn't mean I can't hear them when they speak." Remus remains quiet after that, moving along beside him as they journey towards the ward. Sirius can feel those brown eyes glancing at him as they walk, studying the parts of his face the other man can see. He can sense the wariness radiating off him in waves. Remus had agreed to this easily enough, but as they'd started to leave, he'd hesitated, telling Sirius he was concerned it wasn't the best idea, but Sirius hadn't cared, and he still doesn't. They push through the swinging doors and scour the beds. There's only 2 currently occupied, the remainder uninhabited, one near the front, and another curtained off closer to the back. A quick peek around the fabric blocking their view of the first reveals a sleeping woman, and Sirius immediately moves towards the back, flinging the curtain aside with little regard, but then he's freezing in place. He hadn't really thought about it, what it would be like to see himself like this, disconnected, separated. It hits him in the chest like a bludgeon, knocking the air loose from his lungs. Sirius's hand slips away from the curtain and then it's like he's tumbling down a hill in a free fall he can't manage to stop, because that's him in the bed, face smooth, hair the same, his nose just as sculpted as it's always been, the line of his jaw no different, but none of it is right. His skin, always bronzed and tan because no one had ever been able to keep him out of the sun, is pale now, nearly as white as the sheet surrounding him. His chest moves with the rise and drop of his lungs as he breathes, but that's not right either because Sirius can feel his own self breathing where he stands, his own chest shifting with the harsh, stale air sucked into his body that isn't really a body at all. There are signs of care around him, photos of the Potters, of him and James at school, one from Lily's and James's wedding where they're all happy and laughing, another of Harry giggling, covered in mud in the back garden. A red throw is draped over his bottom half, crafted by James's mother for Sirius specifically, something he'd always kept on his bed and slept with every night. Sirius stumbles backwards on unsteady legs, his feet feeling numb beneath his weight. This isn't right, none of it. He shouldn't be here, doing this, looking at himself this way. It's not natural, can't possibly be real. His head is aching again, so insistently that he can't ignore it as he's become used to doing. The room spins around him as he keeps pushing back until warm hands rest over his upper arms, fingers gripping in a firm, grounding way. He collides with a solid chest and comes to a crashing halt. "Hey," whispers Remus, humid air brushing by his ear, rustling his hair, and it's only at the sound of his voice that Sirius realizes he's not breathing anymore. He sucks in a ragged, shuddering gasp, citrus and something more subtle but still familiar flooding his senses, and Sirius automatically relaxes a little in the hold around him. "We don't have to do this. You don't have to be here, not if you're not ready for it, Sirius." Sirius shakes his head, closing his eyes for half a minute. When he reopens them, looking over himself again, he shakes it once more. "No," he says. "No, I have to do this, Remus. I don't know what else to do, but I need my life back, and no one else seems able to give that to me." Sirius can feel Remus nod behind him, but he doesn't release the grip on his arms until Sirius pulls away, the two of them prying apart like a sticking charm ripping free, like a tug at his bones that he doesn't actually possess anymore. Sirius inhales another deep breath and then he steps forward, feeling those heated fingers slip away from him, the ground trembling beneath him from the loss, but he keeps going until he's standing over himself. His hand lifts, hovering in the air over his body's arm, Sirius hesitating, something in him shaking with some sort of nervousness or anticipation. Maybe both, he can't be sure. Sirius closes his eyes again and reaches for his arm. Chapter 21, Another World. He sits on the white bed surrounded by white walls, staring blankly at white sheets. He keeps trying to pinpoint it, attempting to remember what had gone wrong, when everything had changed. Nothing feels right anymore, but he thinks it's been that way for a while, even before this entire mess, but now everything is gone, no hope of fixing anything. He feels as though he's woken in a haze where nothing connects as it should anymore, the jigsaw pieces not lining up, some of them missing, but he can't figure out what they are no matter how hard he tries. Sirius? He startles, looking up into brown eyes, drips of honey at their edges, and Sirius frowns, still trying to remember something that will cause it all to make sense again. The eyes shift over his face, flooding with a heavy concern that Sirius wants to turn his back on, not trusting it or anything else around him now, because it hadn't worked. Everything he'd thought and hoped had failed, and now he's still stuck exactly where he's been. What? Remus hesitates, seeming wary. Maybe we should go before someone starts asking questions, he hedges. I'm not really meant to be here. To everyone else, we've never even met, and you've tried everything. Sirius had. He'd gripped at his body's arm and his hand had slipped right through it as though he didn't exist. He'd shouted in his own ear, punched, kicked, raged his anger and frustration to the ward and world at large. He'd even resorted to sitting directly in the center of himself, just hoping that with enough time, his body would absorb him again. He's still here now, cross-legged, back curving forward, shoulders slumped. None of it had worked. Sirius remains disconnected, a separate entity. Sirius is nothing. What's the point, Remus? He mutters sourly. We leave here and what happens to me? I keep drifting along, disappearing a little more every day. Or what if they decide nothing can be done? They're not going to keep me here forever if nothing happens. They'll get bored of their newfound puzzle, give up the ghost. His eyes flicker to the other man, silently daring him to laugh at the turn of phrase, but Remus doesn't, simply staring down at the real version of Sirius laying immobile over the bed. I don't have a life to go back to anymore. My family is suffering, waiting for something to happen that clearly just isn't. You're in my home, and you've got your own family. There's nothing else for me. It's still your home, Sirius, argues Remus gently. And they're still your family even if they can't see or talk to you right now. Come back with me. Willingly, not by being forced into it, because you know as soon as I walk through that door, you'll be back in that flat regardless. Don't do that to yourself again. Don't slip into that void or whatever it is you get trapped in. You're still important and we can figure this out with enough time. I don't have time, Remus, growls Sirius, shoulders hunching further, head bowing. I'm losing my time. It's all slipping through my fingers because I don't exist enough to hold it anymore, so how are we meant to? He breaks off suddenly, a gasp overtaking him as something warm touches his forehead, sending sparks racing through his entire being, lighting up his every nerve like a beacon, a signal crying out for rescue. Sirius's head snaps up and he sees Remus's fingers retreating from his prone body's face. What was that? Remus stares at him with wide eyes. Sorry. I shouldn't have, he mumbles. I did it without thinking. There was hair trapped in your stubble. I just thought I'd. Do it again, orders Sirius, his gaze narrowing on Remus who only blinks at him in bafflement. Do it again, Remus. Sirius watches as the other man cautiously lowers his hand, the tips of his fingers grazing along Sirius's temple. He twitches at the touch that isn't directly on himself but his body beneath him, his breath hitching a little with the contact. He's drawn away for a minute as Remus keeps touching, watching his face closely, but Sirius can't focus on it any longer. He's in a different place, a softer existence, no harsh whites surrounding him, but dim lighting, faint music sounding through what he thinks are walls. There's a rattling somewhere nearby, but none of that matters because that touch is there, so electrifying it's like a rush, a cacophony of static and noise all homing down to nothing but just one thing that keeps slipping from him. It's another world where Sirius is laughing, singing, the sound of his own voice in his ears until it's not any longer, something huskier there, need growing great and strong. When he feels that touch on his neck, Sirius startles his way out of it, everything fading to shadows in his mind. He stares at Remus, the other man still watching him, brows pinched together in curiosity, fingers over his body's neck. "Why can't I remember?" pleads Sirius. Remus removes his hand and reaches out, almost like an unconscious action, those same fingers skimming Sirius's jaw where he sits, lost in his own travesty. "Remember what?" he asks quietly. Sirius shakes his head. "I don't know," he whispers. "But I think it's something important." Chapter 22, Afraid. Fear is a relative term. Some people are scared of the dark. Others find it in insects or heights or tight spaces. More still are terrified of death and what comes after, what that will mean for them and their souls, if they believe in those sorts of things, but Sirius has never worried much with any of these. What Sirius fears is far worse to him. Sirius is afraid of losing. Loss is something Sirius is well versed in. He's lost a lot in his life so far, but he feels as though he's gained much more, a better family along the way, that love he'd always been missing as a child. His friends have given him everything, and without it, Sirius knows he'd be nothing, not even worth a second glance from anyone. He'd thought, for a long time, that the Potters slipping away from him would be the worst thing possible, the most he'd ever stand to lose, but now he's looking at the new life somehow forming around him through all this mess, and Sirius is realizing he stands to lose so much more than he'd ever imagined. The next week passes in a half-blur of anger, anguish, and that startling relief that Remus seems to provide him at nearly every turn, always managing to pull Sirius from his darkest moments when he thinks no one else could. He's soft and kind under most circumstances, but firm and unwavering when Sirius needs it most, like Remus can tell and knows just when to use which tactic to gain the best results. Sirius isn't sure how he does it, watching the other man constantly, trying to sort it out in his head, make sense of the things that aren't lining up properly yet. He still studies Remus when he sleeps, thinking that will give him some clues, that ability to simply stare unhindered, but it doesn't. Sirius finds things he's never noticed before, like a fine scar just over one side of his upper lip, one eyelash that's slightly longer than all the rest, grazing the man's cheek with a delicacy even silk can't rival. He maps the slant of his nose, observing the random cluster of freckles near the tip, and once, for a second, Sirius almost leans in to touch them before he stops himself. Teddy comes to stay with them again, and Sirius basks in his jovial presence, but he only stays for a day before Remus falls ill and aching. Dora comes back to pick him up, doting on Remus while she's there, checking him over, pushing him to rest. Sirius is grateful for it, but he also feels a surge of jealousy rise in him that he can't understand. When they're gone, Sirius keeps a close eye on Remus, remaining near to his side. The other man doesn't complain about his presence, but he tells Sirius not to worry, that it happens often, a shadow falling over his eyes that only concerns Sirius further instead of abating it. And then, the next night, without an explanation, Remus disappears, leaving Sirius alone until he returns in the morning, shuffling through the door on barely moving feet, looking pale and drawn, haggard in a way Sirius hasn't seen him before. He meets Sirius's eyes as he pushes the door closed behind him, leaning on the handle heavily, his mouth opening to speak, and then he collapses, and the terror spikes in Sirius deeper. Remus rouses hours later, Sirius having managed to get him in the bed. He's stripped down to his pants beneath the warmth of the layers of blanket Sirius had piled over him. Remus stirs a bit but stills when he sees Sirius seated beside him, hovering a little, watching his face as he wakes and returns to consciousness. Sirius doesn't speak as Remus glances down at himself, taking in his bare chest and arms, the scars there standing out in the afternoon light of the sun, gleaming faintly like rivulets of streaming water. Remus's eyes lift to meet Sirius's, mostly blank, but Sirius can see the shields flying up, guarding against the panic steadily rising. "What did you," starts Remus, but something in Sirius's gaze seems to stop him. "I patched up what I could with flannels and bandages," explained Sirius. "You weren't too bad off, but I don't have a wand and couldn't manage to use yours, though I'm guessing trying to heal the wounds likely wouldn't have been very successful." Remus stares at him, his mouth twisting into a terrible line that Sirius hates on sight. "You're a werewolf. That's why you knew about the moons, why you didn't go to Hogwarts or any school. Right?" And there it is, that fear flooding through Remus as he physically tries to retreat into the bed, looking caged and trapped. "Sirius," he rasps out nearly pleadingly, but Sirius only shakes his head, silencing him as he reaches to the side table and grabs up the glass of water he'd left there. "Drink," he instructs, hand slotting behind Remus's head, lifting it enough to press the cup to the other man's lips. Remus's wide brown eyes remain fixed on him with a slow-building terror as he does as he's told, downing half the glass before he pushes it away, glancing at it briefly as though he thinks it might be poisoned. Sirius never looks away from him as he settles the water back in place and says, "I don't care, Remus." Remus's mouth drops open, his jaw falling slack. "You don't," he tries to repeat, but he stops, snapping his teeth together quickly. "You don't understand, Sirius." "I understand. You're a werewolf, and that's not your fault. As far as I can tell, you're not hurting anyone. You have people that love you unconditionally, a family that you love in return," says Sirius factually. "And you've been helping an irritating stranger for a month now when you could have just as easily ignored me." Remus shakes his head, brown eyes still impossibly wide. Sirius thinks he might want to drown in them. "You're not a stranger," he whispers. "No, I'm not," says Sirius just as quietly, and then he's leaning down without another second of thought and kissing him. Chapter 23, Match. Kissing Remus is nothing like what Sirius had expected in the brief moments he'd thought about it without even admitting it to himself. He'd thought there'd be a bright flash of light, colors bursting behind his vision, something electrifying sparking inside him. And maybe that's all there, but it's still not the same. Instead, it's soft, a gentle press of lips. Its skin snagging and catching from dampness, an exhaled breath, like the smallest of sighs. Everything dulls around him except Remus and himself, connected in the places he's been staring at for weeks now, mapping with his eyes. There's a fire flickering to life somewhere in his chest, heat spreading outwards, trickling through his veins like rainwater on a summer day, warm and just right everywhere it touches. It's a searing ache Sirius never wants to end, Remus the match striking against roughened sandpaper, raised in spots, chipped in others, those imperfections slotting together and making something whole that engulfs them. When Remus pushes him away with a gentle touch, Sirius resists for a second, not wanting to leave, unable to break from it all until his brain catches up. He separates reluctantly, mouth parted slightly as he stares down at those lips that are the smallest amount too pink now, lovely and special and inviting him back in for more. "Sirius, don't," pleads Remus, his voice catching and cracking. "Please don't. You have no idea what you're doing." Sirius stares at him silently for a few seconds before he shakes his head. He shifts on the bed, lifting up until he's on his knees, still leaning over Remus, eyes searching his face, lighting on those freckles he wants to kiss individually until he knows how they each taste on his tongue. "Don't ever tell me something like that," he murmurs, a teasing edge entering his tone. "It's like a challenge. I'll always prove you wrong." Remus only seems to retreat further at the words instead of pulling closer, and Sirius frowns. He reaches up, fingers stretching out towards the skin of the other man's cheek, but Remus catches his wrist before he can touch. "I'm a monster, Sirius," he says, no emotion in the words, like it's being masked, Sirius able to see the self-hatred in his brown eyes. "Why would you ever think that?" "Because it's true. Werewolf, monster. They're one in the same. Synonymous." Remus's mouth twists again, lips wobbling before he manages to gain control over it, features smoothing out to neutrality. "You don't want this. Me. You don't want me." Sirius shakes Remus's grip loose as gently as he can, wrapping the fingers of both his hands around the other man's face and holding firm. "Don't tell me what I want, Remus, and don't call yourself a monster. You're anything but that." Sirius pauses, words catching in his throat and sticking before he dislodges them enough to speak. "Do you not want me?" he questions quietly, pulling back a bit, but Remus catches him before he can retreat too far, warm hand around the back of Sirius's neck, urging him closer again, and Sirius goes willingly, noses nearly touching. "That's not," begins Remus, breaking off for a second. "I didn't say that, but this isn't the simplest of situations, Sirius." "Because you're falling for a ghost," states Sirius, his head tilting to the side unabashedly. Remus's lips twitch at their corners, a tiny motion but enough to hint at his twinge of amusement. "I thought you said you weren't a ghost, just like you said I'm not a monster." Sirius smirks. "Agree to disagree, then," he counters. "It changes nothing, not for me, but if it is." Sirius falters for a moment, stumbling over what he's trying to say. "It's not a normal situation, so if it is for you, I understand. You're still here, still breathing and moving and living your life. You're still connected. I don't even exist, not really, and if that's..." He doesn't get to finish his thought, Remus suddenly jerking him down. Their mouths meet again, and Sirius can't resist falling into the kiss, his hands gripping around the other man's face, fingers splaying down the sides of his neck, touching every section of skin he can reach without moving. His breath escapes him even as his lungs struggle for oxygen, their chests knocking together and pressing, holding. "This is madness," whispers Remus, lips moving against Sirius's own, the hand on the back of his neck not allowing him to shift away again, not that Sirius would be trying even if it wasn't in its current position. Sirius smiles down at him, and Remus's brow furrows. "What?" Sirius chuckles faintly, kissing Remus again, snagging his bottom lip between his own briefly before releasing it with a hum. "S'pose now might be the right time to tell you that I've always been considered more than a little mad," he supplies a bit breathlessly. Remus stares up at him, unblinking for a drawn-out moment before his head is falling back, laughter spilling over his dancing tongue. Sirius watches it move inside his mouth, joining in with him, deep chuckles shuddering through his chest as he settles down beside Remus, stretching out to match his length, legs tangling as much as they're able through the blankets, the other man's arm draping over Sirius's back. They keep laughing for some time before Sirius swallows the sound with another exploring kiss. Chapter 24, Crystal Clear. Remus heals and is moving around like his normal self within a few days, and Sirius takes full advantage of it. He frequently finds himself sprawled over the other man, or pulling Remus down over his own lap, lips pressed to skin and exploring. There's a heat there that builds every time, a kindling sparking to flame and spreading that Sirius tries to ignore as best he can, though it's difficult. Remus is like drops of sweet honey in his tea, something Sirius has always loved and savored, a warmth sweeping through his veins and overtaking his entire being. He searches the other out often, hands drifting down the length of arms with gentle touches, a broad chest pressed to a thin back as Remus cleans dishes in the kitchen. Fingers at sides and working over hips, slipping beneath clothing, seeking out the feel of heated flesh that has them both gasping at times. It makes Sirius's head spin, dulls the ache that's there, and he can't get enough of it, doesn't know if he ever will. On that first evening, Sirius finds himself planted firmly outside the bathroom door as Remus showers, washing himself free of his transformation, Sirius listening for any necessary calls because the other man is still weak, though he says he's fine. When the front door swings open, he startles a bit in surprise, more so when he sees Dora entering. Sirius frowns as she strolls in and heads straight for the bath, pushing her way inside without a knock or announcement of her presence. "Are you that eager?" comes Remus's humored voice. "I'll be finished soon. And I told you, I'm fine." "Well, that's what I came to check on." "You know I worry," states Dora as Sirius leans sideways, peeking around the door frame, a hint of bubbling jealousy beneath the surface of his skin. He hears a faint clatter from behind the shower curtain. "And who's eager? How did you know I was here?" There's a pause, no movement sounding, Sirius able to hear the mild panic existing under the spray of the steaming water. "I didn't," says Remus eventually, attempting to seem casual about it, his voice crystal clear over the shower spray. "I was talking to myself." "Right," utters Dora suspiciously, crossing her arms over her chest, one hip cocking outwards. "And I'm Minister for Magic. Is someone else here?" "Remus. Are you seeing someone? Where is he?" She whips around quickly as though she'll find someone hiding in the corners of the room. As she begins to dart from the bathroom, Remus curses under his breath and calls out to her. "There's no one here. Will you calm down, please?" he begs, his head appearing around the side of the curtain. Brown eyes meet Sirius's briefly before Remus is fixing them on Dora. "I heard the door open, and I've made it a joke with Teddy that this place is haunted. I was talking to my ghost, but it was my poor attempt at humoring myself. Stop searching behind my towels." Dora drops the towel currently held between her fingers, allowing it to swing and settle back against the wall where it hangs from its hook. She turns to look at Remus a bit sheepishly. "All right, fine. I'll stop. Can't blame me for being excited, though, can you?" she puts forth, sounding a bit disappointed. "You never mess about with anyone anymore." "I know what you think, Remus, but it's not true. People like you, and they'd accept you if you just give them the chance." Remus's gaze jumps back to Sirius, his features softening a little as they stare at one another. "I mean, when's the last time you've had any fun with anyone? That one off in that pub months back. That's too long, Remus. You're fit. Go out and find someone who can tame that wolf." Remus groans and ducks back into the shower, Sirius seeing the faintest hints of a flush staining his cheeks before he disappears. Sirius wants to lick it until it either vanishes or grows further. He bites the inside of his lip to keep himself still. "What are you doing here, Dora?" questions Remus as the water shuts off. "Checking on you. You should know that. You act as though I don't do this exact thing every month," she returns as she leans forward over the sink and begins to doodle in the condensation gathered on the mirror. Sirius watches her, thinking she's drawing Teddy. Remus's hand appears from behind the curtain, snagging his towel and drawing it back in. A few seconds later, he's stepping out, and Sirius can't contain the soft, half-strangled noise he releases as his eyes sweep the other man's water-dotted torso, glistening in the warm light of the room. Remus smirks but doesn't look his way, studying Dora's creation instead, his expression softening to a small smile. "Teddy with Fleur?" he asks, stepping up beside her, and Dora hums. "They're cleaning up the mess I made in the kitchen," she says, a guilty glint in her eyes. "I might have attempted to make dinner." Remus groans again and Dora swats at his arm before she clutches at him and begins spinning him around. Sirius growls under his breath before he can stop himself as the jealousy sparks again. "You look all right. Mostly healed. Nothing major is standing out." "That's because I am. I promise, I'm fine. I'm in good hands," attests Remus, his gaze flickering to Sirius again before dropping back to Dora, catching the sly look on her face. "My own hands. Fucking hell, Dora. Go home. Clean up your own mess. Well now, no one wants that, she chides, finally releasing her hold on him. Remus chuckles out in some sort of agreement. All right, fine. I'll leave you to it, whatever you're doing, but let me know if you need anything. I can be here in a pop. Remus nods, that small smile spreading back into place. Yes, I know, he murmurs. Thank you. Dora cranes up on her toes, planting a kiss to Remus's cheek before she turns and departs from the room in a rush, Sirius barely pulling out of the way in time, not that it would have mattered much. She waves over her shoulder. I'll bring Ted around at the end of the week, she calls out as she whisks away through the front door, and Remus seems to deflate a bit as it closes behind her. They're silent for a long moment before Sirius comments. She's interesting. She's a mess, returns Remus fondly with a small huff of laughter, but it evaporates as Sirius steps inside the room. Good hands, huh, murmurs Sirius, moving closer as his eyes sweep over Remus's exposed skin, only stopping when he reaches the line of the towel slung low around his hips. They dart back up quickly, meeting the other man's that are quickly darkening. Remus releases a shaky hum of sound. I seem to be, he agrees, and then Sirius is level with him. I think maybe we should get you back in them then, don't you? Asks Sirius, his head ducking down, tongue lapping over a droplet of water on Remus's shoulder. Remus stutters out a breath and then there are fingers threading through Sirius's hair, lifting him up until their mouths meet. Sirius sinks into it readily, easily, his arms wrapping around Remus, hands clinging onto his back, holding on. Chapter 25, Hoax. If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were falling asleep down there, murmurs Remus, fingers combing through the length of Sirius's hair. Sirius smiles, keeping his eyes closed as he noses into the other man's thigh where his head is pillowed. I miss sleep, he says quietly, barely loud enough to be heard over the crackle of the flames in the fireplace in front of them. You never think much about it, things like that, not while you have them. I'd like to sleep again. I'd like to sleep beside you. Remus releases a small noise from the back of his throat, something between a curious musing and happy agreement. Can you still not remember anything from that night, he says, prodding gently again, but Sirius only sighs, his eyes finally cracking open. No, he responds, rolling over the sofa until he's on his back, gazing up at Remus. Nothing concrete. It's all just flashes of things that don't make sense and won't stick long enough for me to work them together so that they will. Remus nods, his fingertips finding Sirius's forehead, ghosting over skin with a delicate touch, sending a shiver racing down Sirius's spine. I still feel like this is all some sort of hoax. This isn't real life. These sorts of things don't happen. How do you know, poses Remus, and Sirius's brow furrows. The other man smooths it out again. You can't know that. There could be dozens of people in the world who have experienced this. We're not talking about it, so what makes you think they would? Sirius glances back at the fire as he thinks. S'pose that makes sense, he mumbles, mostly to himself. His gaze flickers to Remus and then his mouth is twitching up at its corners as he lifts himself, Remus watching him curiously as Sirius shifts on the cushions beside him. Sirius comes to rest straddling the other man's thighs, knees on either side of his hips, weight leaning back on his own heels and Remus's knees, hands pushing up along the sides of a freckled face. They'd chuck them in an asylum, especially if any of them told someone they'd been doing this. His head ducks down, Sirius snagging Remus's lips in a soft kiss that bursts heat from its center. It's been nearly 2 weeks since the full moon, and Sirius has yet to tire of this, doesn't think he ever will. Kissing Remus, being able to touch him like this, is something Sirius thinks he's always needed and had never known until now. That silken skin under his fingertips is a luxury he's always been missing, a treasure trove of the most important of things. Remus is intoxicating in everything he does, the way he moves, his very scent, the small noises he makes in moments like this or while he's sleeping or even as he's cooking a meal in the kitchen. Sirius catches them often and tries his best to hold them within his lungs for as long as possible, nothing ever enough. Maybe we are insane, breathes out Sirius when they part enough for speech, hands not leaving warm flesh. Remus frowns in bemusement as he stares up at him. I'm not even real, Remus. This isn't me. I'm in a bed in the middle of some ward, all but forgotten except for the few people that I hope won't ever forget about me. To everyone but you, this version of me doesn't exist. I'm a figment. That's not sustainable for something like this, for you. Stop, interjects Remus firmly, brown eyes hardening reproachfully. His arms wrap around Sirius's back and he pulls him forward until their chests are pressed together tightly, not relenting in his hold. I can touch you, he says adamantly, nearly pleading. I can feel you here. I can hear your heartbeat in your chest even if it's on the other side of the city. You're warm over my lap. I can talk to you and kiss you and hold you. You're real, Sirius. You are real. Don't say that you're not. Sirius shakes his head, his face twisting a bit before he can stop it. But for how long, Remus, he whispers. How long until I'm pulled away from you and don't come back? How long until James and Lily say enough and decide something I have no part in? It can't last forever. We'll figure it out, voices Remus stubbornly, eyes fixed on Sirius's face above him, grip tightening around him. Sirius only stares down at him sadly. We will figure it out, Sirius. I've been searching. I'll find something. I'm not letting anything happen to you. Sirius doesn't let him finish, leaning down and kissing Remus again, savoring the feel of the other man around him for as long as he can until it inevitably disappears. Chapter 26, As the Crow Flies. Teddy returns a week before the coming full moon, spending a couple of days with his father until Remus becomes indisposed again. Remus helps him with his homework, they read together, Teddy chatters his ear off about some of the disasters his mother has created. They venture to a park, Sirius accompanying them, watching from a bench as they kick a football back and forth, but it makes him long for Harry, his eyes drifting to a bird pecking over the ground before it takes off into the air, Sirius following it as the crow flies away from sight. The night that Teddy leaves them finds the pair sequestered in the bed again, locked within tangling arms and legs as Remus tells a few stories about his childhood. Sirius listens avidly, laughing along when the other man touches on a humorous bit, but he stops when Remus speaks a name that jolts something in Sirius. Tonks, he says curiously, his eyebrows pinching. Sorry, that's Dora, explains Remus. She hates her full name. Nymphadora. Prefers to be called by her last. Which is Tonks, mumbles Sirius, something distant pinging through his mind. He looks at Remus with a curious expression. What's her mum's name? Remus frowns, but his mouth opens at the same time as Sirius's, both speaking at once. Andromeda. The other man's eyes narrow, his grip slackening a little around Sirius's back. How did you know that? She's my cousin, replies Sirius faintly. She was my favorite cousin, the only one who really ever understood how I felt about our family, but after she ran away to marry Ted, I never saw her again. Remus's mouth remains parted a little in shock. He begins but stops, a look passing over his face as something seems to occur to him. You're a Black. Sirius Black. She used to talk about you. Heir to the family. Sirius scowls even as his stomach twists with nervousness, only now realizing he's never told Remus his last name. I was, he says slowly. Until I ran, too. To James and his family. Remus continues to stare at him a bit skeptically, and Sirius swallows. I'm sure you heard bad things about our family from Andromeda, and it's all true, but I left for a reason, Remus. I'm not like them. I know, says Remus quickly, his arm tightening around Sirius again, like he's only just noticing that it had loosened at all. "I'm sorry, I know. It was just surprising." "That's a very large coincidence." "Huge," agrees Sirius quietly as he props himself up on his elbow and stares down at Remus's face. The arm around him grips more firmly and Sirius moves automatically, head dropping down as his mouth covers Remus's. Heat spreads between them at a rapid rate, and Sirius no longer cares about random coincidences and what they could mean as he presses closer, Remus responding instantly, his back arching, chests connecting. Sirius shifts then without thinking, pushing himself up and swinging one leg over the other man's hips. He leans low before Remus can respond, kissing him again, hissing into his mouth when Remus rocks upwards, grinding them together. His hands shove the soft fabric of a jumper up the sides of Remus's body with insistent motions, the other man joining in his efforts easily, shoulders and arms shifting until the material is over his head and gone, tossed carelessly to the floor. Sirius's mouth drifts away from lips, ghosting over the line of a jaw, down the side of a straining neck. He settles over a protruding collarbone for an expanse of time, sucking a bruising mark into it that has fingers gripping into his own shirt and tugging it up over his head nearly frantically. Sirius continues to slip down the center of Remus's torso, moving as straight as the crow had flown over him as he'd watched from his park bench. When he reaches the line of the other man's trousers, Sirius trails feather-like kisses along the skin there until Remus is pulling him back up by his shoulders. "Off," he grunts, fingers already working at the button of Sirius's jeans, quickly beginning to remove them on his own. Sirius chuckles in a low, amused rumble, aiding in Remus's attempts until the offending fabric is gone, banished to the realms of the floor with the rest of their clothing, Sirius immediately starting in on what remains covering Remus's body. Sirius settles back over him easily once they're free of anything constricting, skin pressing to skin in a way it hasn't before, and Sirius falters for a second, staring at Remus questioningly. "Are you sure about this?" he asks, hating the hesitancy in his voice, something that's never been there until now. Sirius has never had reason to feel like this before, always so certain in the past, nothing holding him back, but this isn't a normal situation. Remus laughs soundly, his body shaking beneath Sirius's with it as fingers find Sirius's face and smooth over heated flesh. "Do you even have to ask that?" he returns, but he sobers as he takes in Sirius's expression through the darkness of the room. "Yes, Sirius. Fuck, yes, I want you." That's all the confirmation Sirius needs, latching back onto Remus's mouth, swallowing the rest of his words greedily. Hands scrape over skin, grappling for purchase and insistent, needful touch as they rock together, strangled breaths merging between them. Fingers search and grope for those perfectly right places, sliding with an ease that pulls melodic moans from between trembling, velvet lips. "What is that?" questions Remus breathlessly as Sirius readjusts, hovering over him, warm palms pressed against his sides. "What?" pants out Sirius, turning to look as Remus points out a mark slashing over his hip. Sirius blinks down at him, dumbstruck. "It's just a scratch, Remus. Is that really the most important thing right now when I've got your legs over my shoulders?" Remus huffs out a muted laugh, shaking his head, though his eyes remain fixed on the spot for a moment longer, something curious flickering through his brown eyes. "No. No, you're right. It just caught my attention, fuck." "How's that for attention grabbing?" says Sirius, gritting his teeth against the heat that encases him as he slowly pushes forward, Remus's fingers digging into his flesh as his back arches. He pulls Sirius down for a hunger-filled kiss as they meld together seamlessly. Then it's evolving, exploding around them, dulling at the edges, bright colors morphing and removing the grays of life. They weave and lace together, knitting as one in a continuous loop that's all-encompassing, a tapestry woven with the finest of threads, guarded against fires except their own blazing heats. Sirius worships at the altar of another, lips over skin with fine delicacy and nips of teeth that leave them both scrabbling for more, for everything and nothing in the same joined breath. It erupts between them like an outpouring of golden light, a cataclysmic thing that has them both shaking and trapped, never wanting to separate. Sirius wonders if they even could, his head spinning, for once not pounding like a drumbeat of pain but a symphony of the sweetest notes, honey dripping through ears. He falls over Remus and stays there, clinging more than he knows he should, but Remus clutches him back, neither releasing, not for a second. They breathe together, return to their proper forms that aren't made of magnificent light and waves of warmth but simply themselves, chest moving against chest, legs tangled, sweat cooling their heated flesh until Remus is shivering a little beneath Sirius's weight, but he doesn't release Sirius to shift away, holding on tightly. His fingers smooth across the mark on Sirius's hip almost idly as the humid air filling the room dissipates slowly around them. "Do you know where this came from?" says Remus thoughtfully after a while, and Sirius finally moves enough to look at him. "Are you still on about that? Really? Clearly, I didn't do my job right," he jests, ignoring the hint of discontent in his own voice, but Remus only soothes over his back with his free hand. "You did, don't worry," murmurs Remus, sounding amused, his chest vibrating pleasantly with the words. "I'm just..." He stops and turns his head to meet Sirius's eyes. Remus's face shifts into an odd, startling sort of expression, his mouth parting. "Do you have a photo of yourself? Preferably a muggle one. Maybe stashed somewhere your friends might not have found it." Sirius gapes at him. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. What are you on about?" "Get up," urges Remus, already pushing Sirius off him, ignoring his squawks of protest. "Try to find it and then we're leaving. I've got an idea." Chapter 27, Time. Remus pulls Sirius out into the cold with little regard, clearly focused on something. He stares straight ahead as they walk down the pavement to the tube, catching the train that Sirius assumes will take them to whatever destination the other man has in mind. He keeps asking where they're going, but Remus doesn't answer though the car they've chosen is empty of other people, only shooting Sirius odd, wary glances whenever the words emerge from his increasingly frustrated mouth. Sirius sulks as their journey stretches on, his foot tapping impatiently the longer it lasts. They could be nestled in the warmth of the bed, buried between the blankets, legs and arms interwoven, basking in the afterglow, but instead, they're sitting on the cold tube. Remus never speaks and Sirius barely restrains himself from grumbling under his breath in irritation, though he does release a few huffs of discontent. When their apparent stop arrives, Remus stands quickly and departs, Sirius following close behind. The other man seems to be barely paying attention to where Sirius is in relation to him, something that prickles over Sirius's skin worryingly, panic spiking before he can stop it at the thought of possibly becoming separated and being dunked back into that airless void that keeps him trapped longer each time he enters it. They walk for a while, Sirius trailing behind Remus as he traipses his way down the pavement, nearly running into his back when he stops abruptly. He's staring upwards, and Sirius follows his gaze to the sign glowing faintly in the darkness, boasting the place as the dancing imp Sirius frowns and turns to look at Remus in confusion. "Why are we?" "Do you recognize it?" questions Remus, cutting off Sirius's words. "Do I? Of course I do. It's the pub I was at that last night," voices Sirius, his agitation rising again. "Why are we here, Remus?" Remus once again doesn't answer, pushing his way forward through the door. Sirius sighs and follows him inside. The other doesn't stop until they reach the bar, the old, grizzled keep glancing up as they approach. "Nearly last call," grunts the man as he wipes down the wooden top. "What can I get you?" Remus pulls out the photo Sirius had managed to locate through a lot of digging and poking in random places, presenting it to the barkeep. "Were you here on September 25th? Do you recognize him?" Blue eyes drop to the photo briefly before they're sliding back up to Remus, looking mildly irritated behind bushy, gray eyebrows. "Shouldn't you?" bites out the old man. Remus's face twitches with something Sirius can't identify, and his frown deepens. "What is it about him? He lost or something?" he mutters. I keep getting people in here asking me about him. So you remember him, then? Asks Remus adamantly. Course I remember him. He was rowdy. His friend never should have left him, grumbles the man. I'm all for a bit of fun, but when you start disturbing the peace is when I get annoyed. Did you notice what he did after his friend left him? Look here, I'll tell you what I've told the others, levels the man, leaning over the bar, seeming exhausted and in a foul mood. He didn't talk to anyone in a serious way. He disappeared for a while to the loo but came back alone. He left alone. Nothing happened to him while he was here. He sang and danced about like a fool and then left. That's all. Right, says Remus, sounding lost in thought. Thanks. I won't bother you again. He turns on his heels, blue eyes staring after him, Sirius as own tracking him until he realizes Remus is heading straight for the door and Sirius lunges to follow him again. He grapples for the door, managing to grab it just before it closes, hand gripping around Remus's wrist once they're on the pavement, forcing him to stop. What the hell was that about? Demands Sirius heatedly, tired of this follow-the-leader game. What was the point? He told you nothing. Remus stares at him for several seconds in silence, his brown eyes flashing with something. He told me enough, he breathes out, gaze dropping to Sirius's hip before darting back up. We need to go to St. Mungo's in the morning. Sirius shakes his head in confusion. Why? You're not making any sense, Remus. What did he tell you? As Sirius watches Remus in front of him, time seems to stand still around them. There's something ineffable in the other man's expression, a tangent thing slowly turning to a wisp between them that Sirius can feel evaporating, all the air sucking from his ineffectual lungs. And then something is occurring to him, like a gong striking in the center of his head, a mallet to his chest. How did you know, Remus? He utters, accusation filling his voice. How did you know this was the pub? Remus licks over his lips slowly, eyes jumping to the sign above their heads before dropping back to Sirius. Because I've been here before. Months ago, he whispers. With you. Chapter 28, Leaves. Remus doesn't really explain much other than saying he'll tell Sirius whatever he can once they're at St. Mungo's the next day. He's suspiciously quiet the remainder of the night, never sleeping, staring up at the ceiling as Sirius sits cross-legged on the bed and gazes at him, eyes steadily filling with a glare the longer the silence stretches out around them. None of it makes any sense and it hasn't since the beginning. Sirius wants answers, something Remus seems to at least partially have but refuses to give in any capacity that quells Sirius's building rage, blood boiling beneath his skin as the night passes by, sunlight eventually streaming through the parted drapes of the windows, bouncing golden rays over Remus's body that Sirius had worshipped not that long ago but can't bring himself to even consider touching now. By the time they arrive at the hospital, Sirius is seething, teeth gritting in his mouth, held tightly against the accusing words that threaten to tumble out. He follows Remus to the ward containing his unconscious form, hovering at his back like a vengeful specter of death, a silent entity that's as foreboding as a colossal storm gathering on the horizon, a harbinger of casualty and doom. Remus pulls his wand without a word once they're beside Sirius's bed, the ward once again empty of other moving figures. He glances at Sirius briefly, appearing nervous and uncertain, and something in his expression softens Sirius the smallest amount, stifles his slashing rage to more manageable levels as he watches the other man's hand move toward his head and then work down his body, wand twirling in intricate motions and patterns, forming a spell that Sirius can't discern from sight alone. What are you doing? Hisses Sirius, keeping his voice low, though he isn't sure why. There's no one around to hear them and they wouldn't be able to discern his words even if they were. Testing something, responds Remus, sounding distracted. I found this spell a while ago while I was looking into things for you during slow periods at work. And you didn't tell me? Remus shakes his head a little, an idle motion. I wasn't sure how to make use of it until now. I'm still not certain it'll work, but... He trails off, eyes flickering back to Sirius, puzzling something out. You mentioned your head keeps hurting. Sirius nods, but Remus is already turning away from him, wand moving back to Sirius's head on the bed, the tip pressing against his temple. Sirius twitches with the sensation. Remus remains silent for a while, focused, unblinking, like he's watching something Sirius can't see. His wand finally falls away, arm hanging limp at his side. Someone's obliviated you, he mumbles dolefully. What? Cries Sirius in outrage, Remus looking back at him warily. They tried, at least, he murmurs, almost more to himself than to Sirius, thinking out loud. It didn't take correctly, only erased partial pieces, but I'd bet that's why you can't remember most of that night. Sirius's eyes narrow. You still haven't told me what you know about that night, he levels at the other man, and Remus stares back at him guardedly, biting the inside of his cheek. His eyes flicker to Sirius's body and then he's moving, leaning over it. He shifts the blankets and sheets to the side, exposing his side, and then his fingers are hooking into the white trousers, tugging them down, Sirius's hip now on plain view, along with the scratch that looks different than it does on himself, slightly more healed but still angry and red, deeply defined. What is it with you and that scratch? Demands Sirius, shivering a little at the feeling of skin against skin that doesn't feel like his own but still somehow does, like there's a disconnect he can't line back up properly. It's just a wound, Remus. I think there are more important things to be focusing on here, don't you? Remus shakes his head, his eyes turning a bit pleading. You don't understand, Sirius, he says quietly. It's important to everything. I'm the one that put it there. Sirius stares at him, uncomprehending, and Remus sighs, almost like he's giving up a little. I didn't remember either, not enough, not until I saw it, but I was with you that night. I was at that pub. Sirius's brow furrows and Remus seems to wilt under it. It was the night of the full moon and it was bad. I was hurting worse than usual and my head was filled with, that part doesn't matter. It's part of it and I've learned to deal with him, but that night, I couldn't, explains Remus, no longer looking at Sirius, his eyes planted on that exposed scratch. There are times when drinking helps, and it's not always the best idea because sometimes it can affect me in a worse way, but I was beyond the point of caring. I still had a few hours before the transformation, so I went out, found that pub. I didn't pay much attention to the people around me, just kept drinking at the bar. Someone sent me a few and I didn't question it, but I lost myself a little, which is a dangerous thing that close to the moon. I knew better. I went to the loo before I left and someone else stumbled in. I never got a good look because it was dim and I was out of my head by then, but it was a tall bloke, dark hair. I remember his laugh. Remus's eyes flicker back up to Sirius's then, a sort of desperation in them that nearly makes Sirius keen on the spot even as he teeters with the realization. He was the one that kept sending the drinks. He'd watched and followed me in, and I let myself go. Remus rubs his hands over his face with a brutal force that makes Sirius wince, still watching him avidly, trying to remember. Flashes return to him as they have this entire time, but nothing concrete sticks, remaining a jumbled mess in his head, strings tangling over a dangling puppet, feet winding in with arms as they struggle for freedom of their knots. It wasn't nice or kind. It was rough, but the bloke didn't seem to mind and I didn't have much control by that point, continues Remus a bit desolately. I should have left earlier, but I didn't. I scratched him with my nails. I remember panicking about it once I did leave, but there was nothing I could do about it then. Remus looks back at the mark on Sirius's hip. I should have left. I should have stood up and walked out the door when the music stopped and the voice started, but I didn't. I stayed, listened to all of it, went to that lav, and then I left, that voice singing opera wedged into my memory. Sirius sucks in a sharp breath, recalling James's words about Sirius's antics that night when he'd gone home to Lily and Harry. His eyes refuse to blink as they look at the scratch over his pale skin and then drift up to Remus, his irises the color of drying leaves in autumn as they cling to life on trees trying to shake them free. "It'll never heal, Sirius," says Remus apologetically, referencing the scratch. "That's why it looks the way it does. It was too close to the moon and too deep. It'll scar, always be there, but I think it's why we're connected like we are. I think it's why I can see you, talk to you, touch you, even while no one else can. There's still so much that people don't know about werewolves, even us, the ones living with the curse, and I think it's because of that scratch that whoever tried to obliviate you failed, but I can't explain why any more than you can." Sirius's mouth works silently as he stares at Remus with a mixture of amazement and bafflement. He's just beginning to form words when the ward doors swing open, Sirius snapping his head around, eyes widening when he sees a furious James storming in their direction. Chapter 29, Magical. "What the fuck do you think you're playing at?" snarls James as he storms across the length of the ward in their direction, coming to a stop directly in front of Remus, who rears back a little on instinct. Sirius glances at himself spread over the bed. The blankets are still drawn up, his trousers pushed nearly to his thigh and hip on full display. It doesn't look good, he's forced to admit. "It's not what you—" "Stop," shouts James, fury etched into every line of his face as he halts Remus in the middle of his explanation. "What are you doing here? They tell us everything, Lupin. Everything that happens here, we know about it. We've got good people, fantastic friends that work here. They all care about Sirius, so nothing slips by, which means I know this isn't your first visit. So, enlighten me. What the fuck are you doing?" Remus's mouth works silently for a few seconds, his wide brown eyes darting to Sirius and then back to an infuriated James. "Nothing," he finally manages. "I'm not doing anything. I was just curious and wanted to see if I could help." "This is your way of helping," demands James viciously, flailing a hand in Sirius's direction on the bed. "Having your perverted way with him while no one's around to see." "No," says Remus quickly, shaking his head. "No, that's not what this is. I'm only trying to help. You all miss him and he wouldn't want this. I was only trying to see if there was something I could find that might have been missed." "Missed?" hisses James. "What the fuck do you know?" He cuts off as the doors swing open again, Harry racing through with Lily close on his heels. The boy rounds the bed quickly and climbs up on the edge, seating himself by Sirius's side with ease. "Hiya, Uncle Sirius. Mum got us a new book to read since we finished the last one," states Harry, brandishing the hardcover in front of Sirius's closed eyes. "It's a Muggle one with adventure. Dad says you've always liked those best. I read some of it already. I think it looks great." Sirius gravitates towards the bed and his godson, his heart aching fiercely, arms feeling heavy where they hang uselessly at his sides. He longs to reach out and gather Harry to his chest, just to hold him again, feel that perfect warmth contained in his still small but quickly growing body. Already he sprouted taller since the last time Sirius had seen him. He looks a bit sad as he cracks open the book and begins to read quietly, and Sirius nearly crumbles beside him. James has fallen silent, still standing in front of Remus, though he's pulled back from his towering intimidation with the appearance of his son. Lily steps up, looking between them warily as James's eyes shift from Harry back to Remus, glowering, mouth pulled into the thinnest line Sirius has ever seen. "I don't know what you're playing at here or what you're trying to do, but I'm not having it," mutters James in a near growl. "I want you out. Out of this ward, out of his flat, out of our lives. I don't ever want to see you again, do you understand me?" "James," warns Lily, eyeing her husband reproachfully. James shoots her a look that doesn't quell her admonishing expression as she turns to Remus. "I'm sorry, Remus, sweetheart, but you can't deny this seems strange. You say you're just trying to help." "Yes," attests Remus. "That's very kind, but It doesn't matter," interjects James, and something in him seems to falter and crumble. We're putting an end to this. Even if you are telling the truth, there's nothing you can do. Sirius's head whips to James as Remus stumbles a bit. What? They say at the same time, though the others can only hear Remus's voice. What are you talking about it? Continues Remus as Sirius stares in open-mouthed shock at his two friends. We've talked to some healers here and a few knowledgeable friends, hedges Lily, her gaze flickering to Harry and Sirius in the bed. It's been too much. We can't let this drag on any further. Remus blanches as Sirius teeters, everything around him spinning as realization settles in his mind and heart. You're killing him, hisses Remus in outrage, just low enough that Harry can't hear. You can't do that. James's face shudders, pain and guilt flashing through his hazel eyes, but he steps forward, leaning towards Remus again. You don't get to have an opinion on this, snaps James. You don't know him. This isn't what Sirius would want. He hated being in one place, staying still. He was always moving, always into something, never satisfied unless his hands were busy, or his mouth was going. He would hate this and he would hate us for letting it happen for as long it has. He deserves better. But you, attempts Remus, eyes darting to Sirius pleadingly. You can't know there's nothing that can be done. You can't know that he's not still in there somewhere, just waiting for the answer. You cannot do this. Look at that boy, cries James in a near whisper, words harsh and tortured. Do you see him? Sirius is his favorite person. In the whole world, Sirius has always been his favorite. James's expression twists and morphs again into something brutal and so desperate Sirius can feel it radiating off him in crippling waves. Do you have any idea how hard this has been on him? His best friend is gone. He's just gone, and no one has any answers as to why. We bring him here every few days and every time I can see it in his eyes, that hope that we'll walk in and Sirius will be sitting up, laughing, ready to talk about all his adventures and the things he's been doing. And every time I see that hope crushed out of him a little more. We can't do it anymore. I can't do it. I can't watch my brother waste away in a bed, his life gone, a shell of what he was, and you, of all people, a stranger, do not get to judge me for that. Remus shakes his head. You don't understand, he begs, his voice nearly gone now. Sirius wilts as he looks over at Harry and then back at his friends, seeing the clear desolation written like words across their skin, permanently stained. I don't understand what, growls James, obviously trying to hold himself together. He's not, starts Remus, meeting Sirius's eyes again. Sirius shakes his head in denial, his chest heaving, and Remus fumbles. You can't let him die. He's important. He's already dead, roars James abruptly. He's gone and he's not coming back. Harry stops reading at the shout, his head snapping in their directions, green eyes wide behind his glasses, the book falling from his now slack fingers. James notices, wincing and squeezing his own eyes closed as Lily moves to the other side of the bed and attempts to soothe her son. Just go, Lupin, mutters James, head hanging low. Leave. You have no business here. Remus doesn't move for a while, not until James looks up and fixes him with a devastatingly miserable and angry glare. He shifts away then, motions slow, feet dragging beneath him. Sirius watches him go but his gaze snaps back to his family gathered around him and it hits him like a stone slab in the chest. He's not gone, still right here with them. They can't let him go and he can't leave them, not like this, not ever. He needs them too much and he thinks they need him, that hope swelling inside him, taking root, branching off like a flowering tree but steadily dying under frost. James, he suddenly yells, stepping in front of his friend. James, don't do this. Come on, mate, I know you better than this. You've got to know I'm here, some part of you. Do not do this. Remus. Don't leave. James doesn't respond, doesn't so much as twitch as Sirius shouts in his face. Remus stops and turns, looking back at him, meeting his eyes, the brown they're heavy with a grief Sirius can nearly bite with his teeth. Please, begs Sirius feebly, and he's not sure who he's directing it at, whether his friends or Remus or the universe at large. None of the others react to his plea. Remus stares back at him for another few seconds, agony clear in the way his shoulders hunch forward, like his spine is collapsing on him as he takes in the scene. Then he turns and walks through the door, and Sirius can feel something snapping, a cracking rattling through him. The colors wash from his world, shades of gray taking their place. Magical things dull and die, turning ordinary in its absence. The door swings closed behind Remus and Sirius feels that sharp yank in his abdomen as he's ripped from everything around him and plunged into airless darkness. Chapter 30, Transform. He floats for a long time, weightless and suspended, like time doesn't exist anymore. Maybe it doesn't and never did. He loses track of himself in the interim, like pieces of himself are flaking off and disintegrating to nothing, dust wafting around him in the endless, suffocating void that presses in on him, uncomfortable and nothing all at once. Sirius wonders if this is what it feels like to die, to truly disappear and cease whatever existence he'd once clung to with clawing fingers. He muses if this is what it's like to transform into a black hole, celestial magnificence hanging around him but evaporating as he sucks it all in and devours it whole until there's nothing else left, just emptiness for eternity. He ponders it until his mind begins to seep away. He can remember things at first, small tidbits and facts. The flash of unruly black hair, green eyes framed by copper waves, more green behind glasses and a shining, beaming, always bright face. Voices around him like warm comfort, an enveloping blanket of home and happiness, of that acceptance he'd always sought and finally found through strife and struggle, so very worth it in the end. He recalls brown, an endless sea of melted chocolate swirled with rich caramel, fingers of heat and electricity, keeping him grounded even as they'd shocked and sparked over his skin. Sirius remembers the anguish in the color as it had faded from sight with the turning of a back, and then everything is gone, slipping away like water through a small crack that can't be found and plugged. He's nothing now, but that's okay, because if he can't remember anything, then nothing matters. Not who he had once been or where he'd come from, not even what had led him here to this vacuum of eternal absence. He forgets his name, forgets he was someone at all. He forgets that he's a he and not only an it, gray ash in darkness, fluttering pieces turned to light and drowned away, damped until gone as well. Nothing is peaceful. Sirius. He lurches upright, gasping in a deep breath of air that goes on forever before he's falling back to the hardness beneath him. His chest heaves, body quaking, but he doesn't get to rest, arms wrapping around him and hauling him up again, pressing him firmly to something just as solid but still giving and warm, sucking him inside in a different way than that terrible, crushing, eviscerating blackness. Sirius tries to scrabble and claw for purchase at Remus's back as the other man holds him tight, but his hands won't work, everything numb and somehow on fire at the same time. He thinks he might be panicking but Sirius can't tell for sure, everything aching as he continues to gasp in a cruel, terrible way that stings his lungs, and he knows without being told that this time was different from all the rest. "You wouldn't wake up," says Remus in a choked voice, desperate and pleading and relieved and scared, so many emotions within it that Sirius can't pin them all down, his head spinning and throbbing, forcing his eyes closed, bursting white spots of agony behind his lids. "I've been shouting at you for over a half hour now, but you wouldn't come back to me. Fuck, Sirius, you wouldn't come back." Sirius draws in another breath, but it catches halfway in his throat, forcing out a horrible sounding squeak of sound, like a dying animal still fighting for life. He shudders with it, Remus's hold on him strengthening as though he's trying to keep him from disappearing. "You left," whispers Sirius raggedly, his voice a wisp of a thing, barely existent or his at all. "You left me. You left me and James is going to let me die." Remus doesn't say anything, falling backwards against the side of the sofa, something in him giving out. He pulls Sirius with him, still cradled against his chest, refusing to let him go. Chapter 31, Fireside. Remus eventually manages to get Sirius up to the sofa, but that's as far as he can go before his body gives out on him, muscles collapsing over bone, sinew stretching too tight before snapping free like a rubber band let loose and springing rapidly. Remus stays with him, holds him close, murmuring apologies into his hair and ears that are useless and pointless because this will all be gone soon. Sirius will forever be trapped in that emptiness, and it terrifies him more than he thought anything ever could. They sit by the fireside for hours, breathing together, Sirius drifting away until Remus pulls him back with a tender touch to his side or neck, a press of lips to the top of his head, so familiar now, like they've been doing it for years and eons, spreading and stretching like searching fingers, winding through time, merging it into one place, here and now, just them as they are. At some point, skin works its way against skin, a hand sliding past the line of Sirius's trousers, fingers tracing the nearly clean path of the mark that exists of his hip that's still baffling to him. "Tell me about it," asks Sirius in a near whisper when his voice finally returns to more than a croak of sound, lifting his head to look at Remus beneath heavy, drooping lids, every part of him riddled with fatigue he can do nothing about. Remus's hand stills on his hip, eyes searching out Sirius's own. He seems to hesitate for a moment even as his free hand drifts over the back of Sirius's head. "There's not really much to tell," he murmurs. "I wasn't paying attention to much. You were there, I remember you now, but it's like this vague memory, like you're a shadow I can't believe I ever missed for a second. You were singing, terribly, I might add, carrying on like the entire world was your stage. These drinks kept appearing before me, and I think I remember you hovering around, but I ignored you. I wasn't there for anyone, just trying to drown myself a little, but there you were in that lav, just this bright, blinding light, drawing me in like a moth. I normally wouldn't, I don't usually do things like that so close to the moon. Control is difficult to hold then, but you were impossible to resist." Sirius hums and Remus presses their foreheads together, a gentle connection that quickens Sirius's breathing. "I still can't quite believe it was you, but now I'm not sure how I've missed it for so long," continues Remus just as quietly as before, voice a soft wisp of sound between them, breath warm as it hits Sirius's face, lulling his body to relax more from its tightly wound state. "You were beautiful, even in the dark and the dank. The sounds you made were intoxicating, something primal in them that made that thing inside my head claw and howl for you, like he knew you were important." Remus stops and swallows thickly, Sirius able to hear it echoing in his ear. "When I scratched you, I didn't even realize at first, and you didn't seem to notice either. It wasn't until we were done that I saw the blood on my fingers and I panicked. Ran. Like a coward. I didn't really have a choice. I had to go, I know that, but I keep thinking that maybe if I'd been able to stay, none of this." "If you'd stayed, it wouldn't have changed anything," interjects Sirius. "I would have wandered off because I was too pissed to see straight at that point, guessing by the opera, and this still would have happened. The only difference is that maybe I never would have met you again. Maybe you wouldn't be here now. Maybe I'd be spending my last days alone." "Don't say that," begs Remus, face pained. "I'm not going to let that happen." Sirius stares up at him, seeing the hopelessness in his eyes reflected in his own. "I don't know what you can do to stop it, Remus," he says weakly. "I'm stuck. Telling James anything is a bad idea. He won't believe it, I know him well enough for that. He'll accuse you of tricking him. He'll lash out. He's hurting and he'll make you hurt in return." "I'm already hurting," whispers Remus, and he pulls Sirius in closer, clearly intending to stay this way for as long as possible, until a knock on the door interrupts their quiet, mournful solitude. When Remus swings it open after leaving Sirius on the sofa, Sirius's breath escapes him as he takes in the figure standing on the other side. His mouth falls open, like he's staring at a figment that shouldn't exist, something long buried in his memory. "Andy," he exhales. "Hello, Remus," greets Andromeda, the same regal stance in her posture Sirius remembers so well, sending a chill racing down his spine even as something in him calls out to her. Chapter 32, Rise. Nymphadora said Teddy left one of his schoolbooks here, explains Andromeda, speaking to Remus's confused expression. I told her I'd be in the area today and would drop by to pick it up. Is that all right? Remus stares at her, seeming to be holding his breath, and she frowns back at him. Remus? Are you all right, love? Remus blinks, seeming to shake himself from whatever trance he drifted away to, a forced sort of smile breaking out over his face. Yeah, fine. I'm fine. You surprised me, that's all. He fumbles for the doorknob, pulling it open further. Come in. I'll grab it for you. As Remus disappears down the hall, Andromeda steps around the room, studying her surroundings. Her eyes slide over Sirius as though he's not there as he studies her graceful, still rigid movements from his nest on the sofa, heart pounding in his chest, wanting nothing more than to talk to her. Andy, he tries, but she doesn't so much as twitch. This is a very nice flat, remarks Andromeda as Remus returns behind her. Nymphadora tells me you got very lucky by finding it. Remus's eyes slip to Sirius briefly. I'm not sure I'd say that, he rejects. The people who are looking after the place were kind enough to give me a decent price to care for it. Bit of a puzzling tragedy with their friend that owns it. That's terrible to hear, states Andromeda, turning to finally look at Remus. Is there anything that can be done? Not sure. They're considering ending things. It's been months. Pity, says Sirius's cousin, her head tilting to the side a bit. Though I'm sure they know what's best for their friend. Remus is staring at Sirius now, who looks back at him in bemusement, his brow furrowing as something sparks in the other man's eyes. Remus? Questions Andromeda, leaning forward a little, trying to catch his gaze, but Remus is still fixated on Sirius. I'm not so sure about that, says Remus finally, head snapping back to Andromeda, resolve settling over his face, Sirius seeing it too late. Remus, he warns. The man that owns this flat, his name is Sirius Black. Andromeda stiffens, her mouth pulling into a tight line, eyes turning cagey in their sockets as Remus powers forward. Your cousin. How do you know? It doesn't matter, interjects Remus, cutting across her building accusation. He was attacked. Someone tried to obliviate him, but it didn't take properly, and I think I'm the reason why. Andromeda's gaze darts around the room, like she's searching for something that will point to Sirius. There's a contained sort of panic in her eyes that Sirius knows she's trying to restrain, to not let it bleed through, that black breeding and etiquette holding strong even after all these years, a rise of perfectly held regality that's difficult to break from once cemented into heart and bone. What are you talking about, Remus? She asks, and there's a tempered bite in her tone, the lines of her face hardening. It's a long story, but I met him the night this happened, that he was attacked. It was a full moon, Andromeda, he presses desperately. I scratched him. I think that's why the spell didn't strike properly, and I think that's why he's what? She prods, eyes narrowing. He's stuck, asleep. Won't wake up, fumbles Remus, gaze shifting back to Sirius briefly. You helped Mum look into werewolves when Dad finally gave up on it. You know more about them than even I do, and I am one. Could I be right? Could that be why he's trapped, still clinging on, here but not here? Andromeda studies him for a silent time, her mouth still pulled into a thin line. Her eyes drop to the floor before she inhales a sharp breath through her nose and squares her shoulders, looking back up at Remus. It's possible, she agrees. There are a lot of things that are still unknown about werewolves, you're aware of this, Remus. I don't have answers for you, not the ones I think you're seeking, but werewolf scratches can be potent, especially that close to the full moon, same as the bites. None of it will turn a person, you have to be full wolf for that, as you well know, but parts of it can still infect the bloodstream. Those wounds will never fully heal. They'll scar, have effects that vary widely. If the attack happened not long after you scratched him in that state, it likely did interfere, protected him somehow. It's probably still protecting him, fighting against whatever was done to him. Remus nods, eyes sliding to the side, resting on Sirius again. Sirius, for his part, is barely breathing, terrified of missing a word, staring the other two down, watching their mouths move over words, mapping out expressions. Do they know who attacked him? Comes Andromeda's question, far too faint and soft for the normal firmness of her voice. Remus looks back at her, clearly swallowing, the knot on his throat bobbing roughly, a tight tenseness falling over him, evident in every line of his body. No. No, they don't. Andromeda inhales another breath, this one slower, like she's steadying herself against something. Sirius was always my favorite, she voices, sounding pained. He was young when I left. Very young, but even then, it was obvious he was different from the rest of them. There was a softness in him, but he was somehow stronger. Sirius was a fighter, and I hoped they wouldn't shake that out of him. After I married Ted, I only kept in touch with one person, our uncle. He was also different. He cared about the black name, but he didn't completely buy into all their beliefs. He cared about me and Sirius, the white sheep, in a way the others didn't. He was still firm, still, cold, but he nurtured more than he hindered, guided instead of squashing out who we were. He was moldable steel. He told me about Sirius, who he became as he grew older. He told me about him running from our family just as I did. And I was proud. Proud that they hadn't burned it from him, that light he had, so much brighter than any of the rest of us. Andromeda stops again, something in her shaking. Alfred died about 10 years ago, just before what should have been Sirius's last year at Hogwarts, and I never knew what happened to him after that, though I always wondered. And now, what? You're telling me he's lying in a bed somewhere, here but not really. Gone, after everything? Andromeda stops again, her hands balling into fists at her sides. Gone but not, clinging on, because of you. Remus doesn't speak, staring back at her, teetering where he stands. He looks terrified for so many different reasons, half broken, and all Sirius wants to do is pull him into his arms and hold on tightly. But then, shockingly, Andromeda is moving, her own arms winding around Remus, doing the exact thing Sirius longs to do, embracing him against her chest, grip firm. Thank you, she whispers. She holds for a moment longer before releasing and making for the door. I'll see what I can find for you. I'll do what I can, but do whatever you must to make sure his friends don't let him go. Andromeda stops before she opens the door, turning back to Remus. It was our family, Remus. Whoever attacked him. I'm almost certain. His mother and father are gone, his brother disappeared. There is no black heir without Sirius, no one to carry on the black line. Purebloods get desperate when that happens. There aren't enough left in their eyes. And with that, Andromeda is gone, through the door, closing it with a soft snick of sound behind her. Chapter 33, Simplicity. In the wake of Andromeda leaving, they talk a little, discussing Sirius's family. He tries his best to remember whatever he can from that night, but it's still all entirely flashes, some that add up now into a vaguely clearer picture, puzzle pieces slotting together, brown eyes through darkness, now familiar fingers sliding roughly over skin, gripping, digging in possessively, that white-hot burst of pleasure pain at his side. He thinks he remembers singing to the moon as he'd walked the pavements in the early morning hours, calling to it like he'd already known, somehow. There's a voice mixed into all of it, also familiar but not his own, but Sirius can't pin it down. As the days pass, time slipping by, growing longer and shorter all at once, stealing his breath, whatever hope Andromeda had brought with her arrival and departure fades away. They don't hear from her again. Remus tries to talk to James, begs and pleads, but the other man won't hear him, won't even open his door anymore. Sirius hates it, knows that what Remus is doing is only making it worse on his friends, but the choices they're left with are dwindling quickly, turning to nothing, and Sirius begins to accept. A forceful, belligerent knock sounds on the door a few days after Andromeda's visit. When Remus pulls it open, James barrels in, anger present in his eyes surrounded by despair, a war raging that Sirius can see just as clearly as he's always been able to read everything in his friend. "I want you gone," he snarls at Remus, who flinches back on instinct under the sudden weight of James's ire. "Someone's been skulking around Mungo's, and I know it's you. I'm done with this, whatever games you're playing. You have 2 days." James stops, gaze flickering around the space, like he's desperately searching for something he can't find, and all Sirius wants to do is touch him, scream at his friend until he hears him, but it'll do no good. "We're placing the flat for sale in a week once everything is." James stops, choking a little. Remus visibly rocks, his mouth dropping open in some unfettered emotion. James glares at him devastatingly, and before Remus can say anything, Sirius's friend is gone again. Remus has to pack, has no choice in the matter. James won't rest, Sirius knows that. He'll chuck Remus out without his things if he's angry and miserable enough, and Sirius thinks he likely is. There's a muted sense of horrendous certainty hanging in the air around them constantly now. Remus doesn't work, says there are more important things, and Sirius can't find it in himself to argue, though he knows he should. There's a palpable ending surrounding them, thick and slimy, coating their skins in blackness that creeps and infects, festering like rampant disease. "I'm not ready to let you go," whispers Remus in the early morning light. He hasn't slept, instead spending the dark hours studying Sirius, mapping his body with eyes and fingers, like he's been memorizing hills and valleys, Sirius doing the same, taking whatever he can cling to as the void encroaches, rearing its head, making itself known. "I'm not ready to go," breathes Sirius into the wisps of light, watching the way they dance over scarred flesh, causing the white lines to glitter like fascinating jewels. "I liked my life. Maybe it seemed boring from the outside. There wasn't much in it except Lily and Harry and James, but it was still my life. Maybe it was boring and trivial. I didn't have a job. I drank too much because why not? Half the time, I never came home, because I never had anything to come home to or to come home for." Sirius looks over Remus, drinking him in. "For once, I feel like that could have been different. I could have been happy. With you. With you, my life would have mattered more." They spend their last day and night like this, together, wrapped in arms holding too tightly that neither complains about and never will. They talk quietly, words passed on sighs, whispered ideals, hopes, ignoring as much as they can the careening truth of what's to come. Hands rove over flesh, cling in a desperation they can feel in their bones, mouths locking and unlocking only to find it again and again, pulled to one another, bodies straining together, rolling and heaving, breathless cries filling the spaces around them like insulation, guarding against the world beyond their created nest. If there are tears that leak from eyes, they say nothing about them, swiping them away from cheeks with gentle fingers and soft lips. When the time comes, James is there to make sure Remus follows through. Sirius watches from where he stands in front of the empty fireplace, all the warmth evaporating from the room, Remus pausing as James opens the door. He looks back, meets Sirius's eyes, wordless things passing between them that don't require anything more, except that Sirius wants it, all of it, everything he can gain. He's not ready. Remus leaves, doesn't come back. He can't. It takes days, probably. Days trickling away around him as he stands in the same spot, unmoving, but Sirius begins to slip and fade, pieces of himself breaking off, falling to that void until it sucks him in whole, whatever remains, even simplicity of living ceasing to mean anything at all. Chapter 34, Positive. He doesn't exist without Remus. Sirius had speculated as much long before now, but this is proof. He's evaporating, disintegrating, falling away from the world, nothing tethering him in place anymore. He's gone. Sirius is gone. He's no longer Sirius anymore, can't remember his name or that he'd ever had one to begin with. He is no one, nothing, just a floating mass pulling apart and separating, drifting away, scattering through darkness, flickering lights that spark and then sizzle out, electricity zapping and faltering. Death. He is death. It's comforting. Until noises invade the peace like gnats slipping into ears that shouldn't exist anymore. Something twitches, a faint pressure tugging those pieces together again, and then there's a sudden, violent yank. The sounds increase, grow louder, angry. Raised voices cry out around him, and Sirius scrunches up his face, eyes squeezing tighter in their closure. He grunts, and silence falls. Eyelids flutter, bright lights invade, forcing them to clench against it, but the need to open keeps pulling insistently, and Sirius slowly rouses, feeling as though he's emerging from a tar pit, everything heavy and sluggish to respond. He squints against the stark whiteness, so blinding it hurts, but his eyes finally shift around until they land on Hazel, those merging colors of green and blue and brown, so familiar. He frowns, opens his mouth to speak, but nothing will come out, his throat seeming to be sealed shut. Sirius's gaze flickers, finding more eyes staring at him, vivid green framed by red hair and the palest skin. He shifts again, landing on two pairs of gray eyes framed by different shades of dark hair, faces he hasn't seen in so long but instantly recognizes, and confusion spikes in his mind, so many questions flooding him that he can't ask. Once more, he moves his gaze, settling on brown eyes and a freckled nose, panic clearly written in every line of that face, a hand extended outwards, pressure over Sirius's hip where it rests and a sharp, radiating sting that makes his teeth grit in his skull. Two strangers pull at the man attached to the hand and curious, molten brown eyes, wands pressed deeply into the skin on either side of his neck, threatening and warning. The people finally jerk him backwards, the connection to Sirius's body breaking like a twig snapping loudly in a silent forest, a positive charge turning negative, coaxing a rattling gasp from his mouth. They hold him firmly, keep him away from Sirius even as his movements fall still as those eyes fix on Sirius's face, but then James is there, hovering over him, blocking Sirius's view. Hey, hi. Fuck. Sirius? His friend's hands shift over him, not quite touching, just there, like James isn't sure what to do. Are you with us? Shit. How do you feel? Is it really you? You fucking idiot, don't ever scare me like this again. James's expression cascades through so many different emotions that Sirius can't identify them all, flashing and then gone to another before it lands properly. Can you talk? Sirius tries to shake his head, but it won't move, his muscles feeling locked in place. He opens his mouth, but still no sound emerges more than a squeak, an embarrassing noise that startles him. Move aside, please, comes another voice, unfamiliar and stern. The person that steps forward is dressed in healer's robes, and Sirius suddenly understands that he's in a ward, likely St. Mungo's, his confusion growing to the heights of a towering mountain. The woman whips her wand over him, like she's checking various things. She nods once when she's finished and then taps the tip to the center of his throat. That should re-strengthen the muscles there. With some water, he should be able to speak. We can do the same to his body so the recovery to move and walk again won't take nearly as long, but it will still take some time before he's back to where he was. A glass is abruptly forced upon him, hands behind his shoulders, levering him up, Lily resting at his side, supporting his new position. James guides the glass slowly as Sirius drinks, trying his best to guzzle it, that first drop hitting his tongue like fire that spreads greedily. When it's gone, Sirius makes an insistent sound, begging for more, and James seems to hesitate before refilling it and providing. Sirius gasps halfway through the second cupful and James removes the glass from his mouth, setting it to the side before crouching down beside Sirius, arms resting on the mattress, gaze not leaving Sirius as he stares in amazement. Let him go, orders Lily and James at the same time, directing their words to the two strangers holding those brown eyes and mystifying freckles in place. They look reluctant but eventually do as requested, arms falling away, and then James is speaking on his own. "Sirius, mate," he says, awe filling his voice, nearly overwhelmed with relief. "Can you say anything?" Sirius glances around the room. "What happened?" he finally asks, the words rasping, scratchy, but present and there. He looks at Andromeda and Regulus of all people, stunned and disoriented. "Why are you here?" And then, like being pulled by some uncontrollable force, his eyes settle on the man no longer being restrained, a deep frown forming. "Who are you?" The freckled face staring back at him crumbles instantly. Chapter 35, Baby Steps. Sirius remains in St. Mungo's for a few more days after waking as they observe him, test his body and mind, treat him like a pygmy puff locked in a cage for experimentation. He rankles with it, but there's not much Sirius can do about it. When he finally gets to leave, all his muscles are weak and shaky beneath his weight. The spells had helped a great deal, the healers telling him if he'd been confined to the Muggle world, he'd likely have had months upon months of recovery to walk again at all, to retrain his body how to move and cooperate as it should. Baby steps, James had said as he'd helped support Sirius on their way out of the ward and to an apparition point within the hospital. Peter, situated on Sirius's other side, had parroted the words, just looking thankful at all to have Sirius draped over him. They'd all given him the story to the best of their abilities, about them going out that night so many months before, the one Sirius still can't remember. James had explained about finding him the next morning, how he'd never woken up, remained in that same bed with them watching and hoping. The brown-eyed, freckled man had left at some point during the retelling. Sirius had looked up once, curiosity taking him over, something pulling at the edges of his memory, but the stranger had been gone, slipped away when no one was paying attention. Sirius had fallen into distraction after that, like his mind had drifted into a void without any air that felt safe and comfortable even as he thought it should be terrifying. When the others had finally pulled him back, the rest of what they had to say sent his head spinning. Obliviated, they'd said, having only figured it out when Andromeda had come to visit Sirius and found Regulus skulking in the corridors. She'd pulled him away, demanded answers for where he'd been, Sirius's younger brother stoic, barely responding with anything that made sense, only saying he'd hid himself away from the rest of their family once things became too bad to tolerate. It had been him that had done it. He'd been tracking Sirius for a while, watching him. Regulus had wanted him back, thought that if he could remove Sirius's strongest memories after going to Hogwarts, they could rebuild in their own way, but something had gone wrong once he'd cornered Sirius in his flat. The spell had reacted negatively, knocking Sirius unconscious, leaving him a shell, Regulus unable to wake him. He'd ran when he'd heard James outside the door, cracking out of existence, but he'd been coming to St. Mungo's regularly, trying to figure out what he'd broken and how to fix it. "I feel a bit lousy," James had said mulishly. "I thought it had been Lupin hanging round, poking in where he didn't belong. I didn't realize until I showed up here today, saw Andromeda. I thought she was Bellatrix, especially when I spotted Regulus with her. And then Lupin was along for the ride, spearheading the whole thing. Something added up then, but not the right parts. I thought they were here to hurt you, which was only reinforced when Lupin ran to you, started touching. I nearly took his head off." "Lupin?" Sirius had questioned with a deep frown, staring at the vacant spot where the curious freckles had once been. "Who is he?" James had shrugged one shoulder. "Just a bloke. He's the one who's been staying in your flat, keeping an eye on it," Lily had explained. "He's kind, soft-spoken. He didn't deserve this blame." "What was I supposed to think, Lily?" James had muttered sourly. "He was just, so persistent. I thought he was mental, asking all those questions about someone he didn't know at all." Lily had raised her hands in a calming motion, but Andromeda had spoken before the red head could open her mouth. "Remus says they've met, actually, she'd stated, shoulders pushed back even as her head tilted in Sirius's direction, observing him like she'd known something about what was going through his head. He says they met the night this all happened. What? James had snapped, his head whipping in Andromeda's direction. What are you talking about? I don't know, Andromeda had said with a shake of her head. He didn't elaborate, and there were more important things for me to focus on, but he's the one that gave Sirius that scratch. Her eyes had shifted, fixing with Sirius's own then. He's the reason the spell didn't take, the reason it reacted differently than it was meant to. Remus is the reason you're here right now, Sirius. He saved you. Twice. Sirius had squeezed his eyes closed then, blocking it all out, leaning heavily into Lily's side. He'd known there was more explanations for what had happened, apologies hanging heavily in the stifling air surrounding them all, reasons for why he was awake at all, but Sirius hadn't had the strength to hear it then. He'd only wanted to go home, return to his life, however far away and pointless that all felt then. He spends his days now with the Potters, staying at their house because he still needs help to move around, relying on his friends for the care he can't give himself yet. Sirius spends a lot of time with Harry, his godson, overjoyed to see him again, nearly tackling him to the floor upon their first meeting, tears in his bright green eyes the 8-year-old had tried desperately to hide but Sirius had seen all the same. They talk and joke, read books, play games, laugh and whisper secrets between them, all the things they've always done. Harry is the light of the sun, a warmth filling in those hollowed places Sirius can feel within himself that he thinks has always existed while he's refused to look at them too closely. He's not sure why he's seeing them so clearly now. Sirius thinks things are creeping in, slowly, confusingly. He sits and watches the family around him, catching glimpses of blue hair over Harry's dark head, seeing bubblegum pink when he looks at Lily, flashes of scars riddling James's body instead of the smooth skin he possesses. It's all just trickles of things that make no sense, like a family laughing as they surround a game board in a familiar place, love encased in their voices. He blinks and sees the brightness of a park, wind whistling through trees, shouts of enthusiasm not far from his ears, blackbirds soaring through the sky overhead. When Sirius is alone at night, he can close his eyes and pull fluttering images to him that flicker and retreat before they're able to come to rest where he can keep them. Firelights glowing, dark eyes highlighted by the yellow hues of streetlights, murmured words in the dark of shadows, knowledge gained, secrets divulged and trusted fiercely, hot fingers on skin where they shouldn't have existed or been possible, gasped breaths shattering silence and shuddering the night. When Sirius can take it no more, once he can move on his own with little help, he searches his things until he locates the address Andromeda had given him before leaving St. Mungo's. He stares at it for a few seconds and then he leaves, apparating away, stumbling a bit when he lands but not letting it deter him. He knocks impatiently on the bright yellow door, foot tapping as he waits for it to open, speaking immediately when it does. "Tell me what you know," he demands, a desperation for understanding in his voice and words that he can't control. "Tell me about him. Tell me why he was there, why he cared at all. Tell me how he saved me. Tell me about Remus Lupin." Andromeda stares at him through the open frame, eyes shifting over him for a long, heavy silent moment before she sighs and steps to the side. "Come in, Sirius." Chapter 36, Sticky. Andromeda settles him on the sofa before she disappears to her kitchen to make them some tea. Her house is smaller than what Sirius had ever imagined, quaint and cozy, resembling nothing of how they'd both grown up, surrounded by gloom and dark colors, a coldness seeping into walls that could never be extracted. When she returns, handing him a cup, Sirius takes it in nearly numb fingers, not even drinking it before setting it down on the small table beside him. Andromeda eyes him but says nothing immediately as she sips at her own cup. "Tell me," he demands, watching as two dark brown eyebrows raise slowly on his cousin's forehead. "Please," adds Sirius. Andromeda leans back in her chair, crossing one leg over her other as she regards him. "Drink your tea, Sirius," she instructs, but Sirius scowls. "I don't want bloody tea," he protests. "I need answers." "And I will give them to you," responds Andromeda. "But first, drink. You'll likely need it for this." Sirius glowers at his cousin, but she doesn't relent, staring him down. He finally huffs in frustration, grabbing up the abandoned cup and downing the liquid as quickly as he can without scalding the inside of his throat irreparably. It's only when he disposes of the porcelain again that Andromeda clears her throat. "You still can't remember anything, can you?" Sirius shakes his head, and Andromeda frowns. "Regulus has been working on that. The spell didn't take properly, so your memories should be there. We think there's some sort of block keeping them held back." Sirius opens his mouth to speak, but his cousin lifts her hand into the air, silently telling him to remain quiet. She readjusts a little in her chair as she studies him. "I'll tell you what I know, but you must not interrupt and listen to what I have to say," she informs curtly, leaving no room for arguments. "The details are sticky. It's easy to get trapped in them and lose the plot on all else. Just listen, Sirius, and when I'm done, you can ask all the questions you still have. I'll answer them if I'm able." Sirius eyes her speculatively. He doesn't know Andromeda anymore, never really had to begin with, him being so young when she'd run and hidden herself away. He has no reason to trust her, except he does, so he nods in silent promise, and Andromeda offers him the tightest of smiles. "The night Regulus approached you and tried to bring you back to him," she begins, leaning forward a little. "You met Remus at the pub. I understand James and Peter have told you what they remember of that night, but they don't know everything. They left earlier than you, and once they did, you found him. Sent him drinks. You had an interest and it eventually came to a head in the lab, or so I understand it. Remus scratched you during that encounter. That's where the mark on your hip came from." Sirius glances down at himself, his frown deep as it forms over his face, but when he looks back up, Andromeda is staring at him intently as though she's sizing him up, silently judging if he's worthy of what she has to say next. "Remus is a werewolf, Sirius," she finally says gravely. "He has been since he was a child, attacked because of his father's own foolishness." Sirius startles a bit, but for some reason, the information doesn't feel as though it should be surprising for reasons he can't seem to settle with. "He is a werewolf, but he is kind and compassionate, soft-spoken, and possesses the most lovely, wonderful soul. He's warmth personified when he decides to show it. I was friends with his father Lyle during school and became the closest of confidants with his mother Hope until she passed. Remus and my daughter grew up together. He is my family." Andromeda pauses, her expression hardening at the edges. Sirius thinks he understands why she's told him all this, the care and love she feels for this man that's still so strange yet familiar to Sirius, so he nods, keeping his promise not to speak and interrupt. Andromeda seems to relax a little. "That night was a full moon," she continues in her explanation. "He was very close to his transformation, so when he scratched you, it did things to your body, things I still don't fully understand. Werewolves are fascinating. There are so many things about them that no one knows or cares to find out. Most view them as monsters and cast them off as such, never digging deeper into their physiology and the magic behind the curse that's been forced on them. I have spent nearly 23 years researching and watching, but even I don't know half of all there is involving them. What I do know, is that the scratch on your hip will scar. It will never fade. It was too close to his transformation. I also know that it protected, whatever magic it contains, an extension of Remus himself. It blocked Regulus's spell, dispersed it, which is why some of your most recent memories are scattered and sparse, but to do that, it had to lock down your mind, which is why you were in a comatose state for so long. It was continually blocking it out until the spell could be released, until the threat had passed. Released? Asks Sirius insistently before he can stop himself, snapping his mouth closed quickly, but Andromeda doesn't scold him or look angry, only nodding. Remus had already spoken with me, told me where you were and everything he knew that had happened to you, she continues as Sirius shifts to the edge of the sofa, watching her without blinking. When I found Regulus at St. Mungo's and he admitted to what he'd done, I went to Remus with a plan. Potter had already made a decision, something we were all adamant about preventing, Remus nearly frantic. We went to you to test a theory. Remus scratched you again, reopened the wound, and your body, reacting to that same protective magic, funneled the spell out. That's why you woke up. The danger was over, you weren't under attack anymore. Remus saved you, once in that pub, and again in St. Mungo's. He's the reason you're still here, Sirius. Sirius remained silent, rolling it around his head, sorting through it, trying to process what she said. It doesn't make sense, but there's something in it that does. He has questions, so many questions they're creating towering walls inside his mind, but one stands out above all the rest. How did he know, he says, mostly speaking to himself, halfway forgetting about Andromeda's presence at all. Andromeda gazes at him, seeming to hesitate. Her eyes drift to the side like she's trying to look over her shoulder without turning her head. She finally exhales a breath and sighs as she stands, motioning with her head for Sirius to follow her, which he does, his cousin leading him into her kitchen and to the back door. Why don't you ask him, she suggests, pulling the door open. Chapter 37, Brambles. Sirius steps out the door slowly, his movements cautious as Andromeda watches him. Once he's fully outside, she closes it quietly behind him, leaving him confused and alone, or so he thinks until his eyes shift around the garden and come to rest on a figure on the far back side, navigating through thick, overgrown brambles that have clearly sprang up throughout the passing winter. The sunshine reflects off a mop of wavy, half-chaotic hair, casting the brown locks almost golden and glowing. The man's back is to him, but Sirius can see a smattering of those same curious freckles wrapping around his neck and up the shell of one ear. Sirius only realizes, as he watches the figure grab the brambles in a firm grip and slice through them with his wand, effectively severing them from life, that his mouth is gaping open. He quickly snaps it closed and shakes himself out of his trance, beginning to walk across the brown grass quietly until he's just on the edges of the overgrowth. Sirius waits, but the man doesn't seem to notice him, so he clears his throat. The form turns suddenly, rounding on his heels in a quick movement, Remus Lupin's brown eyes meeting Sirius's own, widening when they connect. Silence stretches between them as Remus's gaze travels over him, his face an unreadable mask that Sirius feels the desperate need to decipher, though he isn't sure why. "Hello," says Remus finally, and something about it startles Sirius, sending a shock racing through his nerves, a combination of the voice and the formality of that one word. Sirius clears his throat again, shifting past it. "Hi," he responds. "You're Remus." Something flickers across the other man's face before it's gone and he's nodding, his head only moving twice before falling still again. His expression alters then, another mask overlapping the first, pleasantness and politeness merging together as one, like a professor greeting new students. "It's nice to see you up and about again," offers out Remus genuinely. "Apparently, I have you to thank for that," returns Sirius, but the other man drops the dead bundle he's holding and waves him off dismissively, something about the action seeming forced. "You don't have to thank me," he insists. "It's reward enough to see you out of that bed." Sirius doesn't even think about it as he walks forward, navigating through the brambles, not caring when they snag at his clothing and pull a bit, gaze focused intently on Remus. "Is it?" he questions, the words tumbling out unbidden. "Of course," attests Remus, but his expression falters slightly, cracking the smallest amount, something honest beginning to seep through to the surface, a heavy sadness invading his brown eyes. "You didn't deserve to lose your life, not when you didn't have to." Sirius stops only a couple of steps away from the other, nothing separating them but the vining, twisting growth that stretches outwards like clawing fingers. "How did you know?" asks Sirius, and Remus blinks, his mouth puling into a thin line. "I'm aware you lived in my flat, but how did you know to even start questioning where I was or looking into any of it at all? Why did you care? Remus's gaze sweeps him again before he shrugs and says. Curiosity. You're lying, states Sirius, no ire in his voice, only the pleading for truth. Try again. We met that night, that's what Andromeda said. She told me, all right. I know what you are and that you scratched me. We're connected, so something pushed you towards looking into what happened to me. Tell me what it was. Remus swallows and shakes his head in denial. No, he says, a deep frown forming over his face. You wouldn't believe me even if I did, and none of it matters regardless. Yes, it does, insists Sirius. I'm alive because of you. That matters. Sirius's chest heaves as he stares across the small space at the other man. Remus's mask finally breaks apart, shattering to pieces as Sirius watches. His face contorts a bit, mouth jumping, lips seeming to tremble. His brow furrows deeply and unfurrows, like it can't decide how it wants to behave and where its proper place exists now. But Remus suddenly takes a step backwards, body stiffening even as his shoulders appear to relax, a forced sort of motion that mystifies Sirius. His expression smooths back out, the harsh lines disappearing as quickly as they'd formed. It was only curiosity. I wanted to check the scratch over, which led me to finding out who you were, but I'm happy you have your life back now, he says sincerely, but that sadness is in his eyes again, settling heavily. Sirius only nods in response, a slow motion of his head. Thanks, he mumbles, the fight for answers leaking away, leaving him feeling drained. He turns without another word, trailing back through the roughage to the Tonks' home. He's halfway there when Remus calls out in a sort of frantic urgency. Are you? Sirius stops abruptly and glances over his shoulder at the other man, frowning. What? Remus seems to teeter for a moment before he inhales a breath and says. Are you happy to have your life back? Sirius opens his mouth to speak instantly, already prepared to form the yes over his tongue, but it sticks at the base of his throat, choking him a little as he falters. He suddenly thinks about his friends, that found family he holds so close. They're everything to him, pure light filtering through all parts of him. He thinks about Regulus, back now, gravitating around him as they work their way through that once broken relationship, Andromeda coming with him so easily it's like breathing. But Regulus is still who he's always been, stiff at his edges, difficult to find the softness held within. Andromeda is still hiding from the Black family, the ones that would bring harm to those she loves. And the Potters, while Sirius has his place with them and always has, have their own lives. His mind drifts to his flat, recalling all those nights he'd returned to it alone, an emptiness prevalent in every moment he'd spent there. Sirius is still staying with his friends, but that will end soon, and he'll go home. The thought of going back by himself is nearly crippling. No. The word comes without resistance, clearing his throat and spilling past his teeth, unbidden and truthful. But I think you already know that. Remus looks away, gaze landing on the ground at his feet, but Sirius moves towards him again, nearly forcing his way through the growth once more until they're level, Sirius hovering a finger beneath the other man's chin without hesitancy, like it's the most natural thing in the world even as he resists the urge to touch skin to unfamiliar yet drawing skin. Remus lifts his head as though he can sense it, gazing back at Sirius almost pleadingly, a hopeless sort of gravity in his chestnut eyes that glint like honey in the sunlight. Why do I already know the patterns your freckles make? Remus's face twists again, looking painful and wretched, his fingers curling into fists at his sides. You won't believe me, he hisses out, like he can't force himself to speak any louder. No one does, only Andromeda. You'll run. You'll run because you can't remember. Sirius feels rage spike inside him, taking a fierce step backwards as he begins to shout. Will you just try? But his words cut off with a small yelp as his foot tangles in a vine, his body jerking from the force of his own movements and overcorrection as he tries to right himself to stop the fall that tugs at the center of his stomach. None of it works, Sirius overbalancing, tipping backwards, arms stretched wide in a useless attempt to regain his footing, sharp thorns looming behind his head. He nearly collides when firm hands wrap around his middle, fingers scrabbling for grip, slipping beneath his jacket and shirt, warm skin on cool, and then Sirius is gasping as the air is sucked from his lungs and he's launched into a void of blackness. Chapter 38, Shudders. He can't breathe, something heavy settling over his lungs, making them ineffectual and useless. Everything is dark surrounding him, and Sirius thinks for a few seconds that his eyes are closed, but they're not, open and wide, flooded with blackness that is sprawling and endless, a ravaged sea of absolutely nothing. Sirius isn't sure how long he remains in this place caught between emptiness and non-existence before he realizes that he knows this stretch of barrenness. He's been here before, too many times to count, and the panic spikes in his chest, flames ripping through his veins, air trying to force its way in when none exists at all. Centuries pass around him as he floats, suspended and not. Time flips through a constant loop, turning timeless, unimportant, blank. Everything is blank. But Sirius isn't, not as he has been every other time he's been here. It feels different this time, less like he's trapped and more as though there's a purpose to it, a hovering presence of sight and will he can't find. Then the pictures start. There are so many of them, a terrible, frustrating, horrifying mess of them that make no sense, flipping so fast from one to the other that he can't focus on anything before it's gone. Sirius squeezes his eyes closed, blocking them out, but they fly open again when the words begin, a voice that's undeniable, even here. Remus Lupin. And you're in my flat. It all compiles around him like an out-of-order film now, words sounding through the color-filled void, scenes playing out, images flashing and then shutters falling over them, blocking them from existence only to form a new picture. There are voices swirling through his ears, Sirius enraptured and terrified as he watches without blinking. You're not a stranger. At your order, your Majesty. What are you? I'm a bloody person. I'm a human being that you're treating like a dog you can kick when it's down. What are you that you're able to do that and feel no remorse? I'll stay. I won't leave you. You wouldn't come back to me. Brown eyes dance past his vision again and again, until Sirius thinks he has them memorized, but he somehow knows that's impossible. There are touches everywhere in between, so many, too many to track or count, fire-burning skin even as fingers barely brush, his heartbeat quick and always pounding through his head, lips moving with easy speech, moving over the plains of pale skin, the valleys of ribs and hip bones, tongues mapping the angles of wrists and the feeling of teeth, an effortless name spilling from it like champagne fizzing and popping. There is blue hair and bright pink hair, faces that don't make sense because they shift too often, fascinating and lovely, enchanting. Laughter flooding through him, attaching to his bones, making them light, draining their marrow away and replacing it with energy so effervescent and splendid there's joy rising inside him as he watches. There are barbed words, whispered secrets through shadows that are held at bay by the protective tangle of legs and arms, fingers threading through soft strands of waves falling like golden waterfalls into a gorgeous ravine, and so many freckles they burst and explode outwards, scattering like stars to be explored for an eternity and more. And then things are shifting, darkening, his cold flat springing up, gray eyes fixed on him above the point of a threatening wand. Regulus's face is older now than Sirius has ever seen it, strained where it shouldn't be, a mad desperation contained within every line of his body Sirius had never thought existed. You're mental, he hisses even as he watches it all play out in a sort of slow motion. I won't let you do this. You can't stop it, says Regulus firmly, eyes made of steel, hard and refined. I lost you. I won't do it again. This is the only way to get you back. Sirius barks out a harsh laugh, neck extending as his head tips backwards from the force of it. Get me back, he shouts. You're the one that ran. You ran first, cries Regulus in his face, the words cracking in the center, and then the wand is moving, blinding yellow light overtaking him before everything falls to darkness again. You're real, and I'm sorry. I won't ignore you again. With you, my life would have mattered more. I'm not ready to let you go. Sirius wakes to Remus screaming. Andromeda. Sirius peeks through his eyelids before squeezing them closed again as the blinding sun invades. There are hands moving over him everywhere, arms holding him tightly. He thinks he's on the ground now, whatever is beneath him hard and unforgiving, but there's a warmth above him, stretching outwards, covering the parts of him that need it most. There's a scuffling sound directly beside him, and the hands over him fall still but don't release in their grip, seeming to tighten instead. Sirius attempts to crack his eyes open and succeeds this time, fuzzy vision coming into focus on Remus's terrified face craning over him, frantic brown eyes fixed on Andromeda where she kneels next to Sirius's head. What happened? She asks urgently, though her voice still holds a level of calm, something reminiscent of Sirius's childhood. He started to fall and then Andromeda, he was just gone, unconscious. Did you touch him? She demands. Remus doesn't respond and the woman releases an insistent noise from the back of her throat. Remus, did you touch him? Skin on skin. What? Yes. Yeah, I did, exclaims Remus in a stuttering frenzy. Why does that? But Andromeda is suddenly smiling brightly as she leans her weight back on her thighs and heels, lips stretching broadly, eyes glittering. Remus falters, staring back her in silent outrage, but Andromeda drops her gaze to Sirius, the expression on her face softening considerably, her head tilting slightly to the side. Well, would you look at that? Eyes. Gorgeous, she murmurs, pointer finger reaching out to trail under one of them. Hello, Sirius. Remus's head snaps back to look down at him, Sirius's gaze having never left him. The other man's breath audibly hitches and he swallows, his grip tightening further around Sirius before relenting and releasing, hands trailing up to flutter over his face. I think it's safe to say that potion Regulus made and I slipped into your tea worked, voices Andromeda, but neither of them are paying much attention to her. Hello, hi, gasps out Remus. Sirius's mouth twitches upwards. Hey. Hi, says Remus profusely, fingers slipping along the line of Sirius's jaw. You're back. I always come back to you, whispers Sirius, not even blinking, and Remus stills. You, what? He stutters, fingertips pressing hard into Sirius's skin, warm and perfect. Sirius's lips pull into his own smile as he reaches up, hand wrapping around the back of Remus's neck. He pulls the other man down to him, connecting them in a kiss that's better than all the rest, surging with life and memory and need. Remus presses into him automatically as Sirius shifts, mouth sliding to the other man's ear, waves of soft brown tickling over his nose and eyelids as he murmurs one phrase, 3 small words that has Remus wrapping his arms around his back, lifting him from the ground and holding him so close, Sirius doesn't think he'll ever release. Sirius has no reason to complain. Chapter 39, New Chapter. Do we really need this many glasses? Seems a bit overboard to me. Of course we do. What if we go a week without washing any? You'll be thankful we have as many as we do. I've never gone a day without washing dishes. You're mental. Maybe, admits Sirius with a small hum and a smirk as he saunters across the kitchen, pressing against Remus and pushing him into the counter, pinning him in place. His hands lift, wrapping around the other man's waist, holding him in place with a gentle touch. Mental for you. Remus snorts and Sirius frowns, pulling back from where he'd been leaning closer, mouths almost connecting. You're the mushiest sod I've ever met in my life, he proclaims with clear amusement. Oi, protests Sirius. I am not mushy. I am masculine, manly. Remus eyes him doubtfully and Sirius scowls. And besides, I happen to know you like those things. Gushing sentiments, levels Remus, eyebrows arching. It's a possibility. You know what? Says Sirius, suddenly stepping away, pulling a grunt from Remus as he tries to grab onto him, Sirius dodging his grasping fingers. No more mush for you. We've got more boxes to see to. Sirius. Oh no, you can't backtrack on this now, Lupin, denies Sirius, shaking his head as he digs into the open box behind him again. Did this to yourself. Remus huffs, stepping forward, Sirius ignoring him until he feels the ghosting breath of lips over the side of his neck. Yes, I did, he murmurs fondly, and Sirius ducks his head to hide his blossoming smile, shooing the other man away and back to work. It's not long after that Sirius senses a presence behind him before a softer voice speaks up and reaches his ears. Tell me how you met Dad again. Sirius bites back on his automatic grin that begins spreading quickly. Remus and he had decided to stick with the story that they'd met in a pub for most everyone they came in contact with, only trying to explain the truth to those closest to them, a harrowing task that had left them drained on multiple occasions. It was easier that way, but with Teddy, Sirius had been taking a slightly different approach, creating fabricated tales that the kid then sorted through for truth as he eyed Sirius speculatively each time. He rounds on the boy now, waving hair a curious shade of neon green today, eyes more Remus's than usual, like Teddy is trying to cling to his father in some way. The idea falters Sirius a bit as he stares down at the boy who had warmed up to him relatively quickly, much to Sirius's delight. Sirius rolls his response around in his head for a moment before he smiles and crouches down in front of Teddy. That's an interesting story, actually, he supplies, a sort of ease to his words that surprises even him. I was your ghost while you were here the first time. Remus happens by, arms lugging a box through the flat as Sirius motions around them. He pauses, brown eyes latching onto them, but he doesn't interrupt. Teddy studies him curiously. But you're not a ghost, he counters intelligently. Not now, but I was. Your dad didn't like me much at first. Can't say I liked him either, but we came around, didn't we? You were our ghost, repeats Teddy uncertainly, looking as though he wants to believe what Sirius is saying before his face relaxes. Are you ever going to tell me the truth? Sirius laughs, reaching up to ruffle the kid's hair, ignoring the squawk of indignation that follows. Someday, maybe, he replies in amusement. Never know for sure, do you? Teddy only rolls his eyes and walks away, but not before he casts a broad grin over his shoulder at Sirius. As he straightens back to his full height, Sirius notices that Remus has deposited the box to the floor and is advancing towards him. He repeats Sirius's earlier actions, pressing him back against the counter's edge, fingers splaying over the sides of his neck, warm and enough to cause something in Sirius to sing. Ghosts, huh? Questions Remus, his tone light as his eyes sweep Sirius's face. Sirius nods solemnly. It's time he knew, Remus. We can't keep it from him forever, he says gravely. Remus pinches his lips together, flicking Sirius gently across the skin lining his jaw, pulling a small yelp from him. Oi, stop that. Remus pins him with a look that instantly quells Sirius's vocal protests and wriggling within the other's arms. This is a new chapter, right? He asks seriously, brown eyes wide and open as he stares at Sirius. Everything in the past. No ghosts. I don't know, murmurs Sirius, arms wrapping around Remus's back, hands slotting over his shoulders as he presses closer. Ghosts might not be so bad. Remus hums, his mouth quirking up into a soft smile as he rests their foreheads together. Maybe not, he relents, quiet and tender, nose bumping against Sirius's own. Ghosts have their merits.